Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yeah, living soon, living soon. On to the next one, on to the next one. On to the next one, on to the next one. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, everybody. Happy Monday. April 22. But in the building.
He's right. It's all personal. There's nothing legal about what this judge has done, this Mershon. What a scumbag. Every judge from X is a loser. Judge Kaplan, loser.
Yep, 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 yep.
Loser. Judge Mershon,
Happy Monday.
hate crime is right.
Who's number one? AA number one, Shelly number two, Sally number three. Good morning, everybody. Ray number four. No, Ray number five. On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one. Yeah, Aya birthday was big success. Did everybody watch Aya birthday party? It was big success, I think so. After the party, all the kids went to the roof and we went to the playground. It's a little chilly outside. Let's go kick some ass. Delivery. A big cash, 17th. My big cash. Street. Alexandra. Alexandra, what's up? Alexandra, are you coming? I'm over here now. Alexandra McDonald. What's up, Alexandra? 258. Height 1738. Na 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 na.
For a luxury vehicle at a great value, consider a certified pre-owned Jaguar sedan or SUV from Ray
Mabikast.
Choose from a wide selection of Ray Jaguar of Edmonton or Jaguar Marlboro and enjoy special limited time financing on all in-stock.
Mabikast.
Joe Nolan with traffic on Talk Radio.
On to the next one. On to the next one. My dear love Shelly, me love you long time. My dear love Sally,
Technology earnings this week. Tesla, Meta,
me love you long time.
second quarter
Alessandra.
Micron Technologies among the biggest losers. The Magnificent Seven losing almost $1 trillion in market cap.
Alessandra, my dear love Alessandra.
Electric semi-truck promise to Pepsi. The beverage company made initial payments for 100 Tesla trucks back in 2017. Before SAR, PepsiCo is only using 36 of the promised 100 trucks this year.
See you, Alessandra.
Semi-shortfall appears a symptom of a larger problem.
Going to Fifth Avenue. Going to Fifth Avenue, baby.
Microsoft's AI investments. Expectations for Alphabet's artificial intelligence outlook. Markets focused on the Google parent's progress on integrating AI into search and advertising. Alphabet earnings after Thursday's closing bell. Please join me twice each weekday for the Lou Dobbs Business Report, right here on 77 WABC. Keep listening for more to 77 WABC for the Lou Dobbs Business Report. Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater.
WABC.
If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less.
Delivering.
For a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREE or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
From eventually in Chantilly. It's time that you live the life that you've always thought about. The one
Yep.
Contact us today.
I'm going to 925 Fifth Avenue.
005
My dear love Sally, my dear love Shelly, my dear love Ray. Everybody in the building represented. Happy Passover.
Visit shopassociates.com for weekly savings or shop online.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplement. Changing the world one life at a time.
I'm Dr. Michael Strasberg. I'm a dentist, and I've been taking vaccination now for several years. In my practice, we talk to patients about their health and nutrition, because the healthier you are, the healthier your mouth is. Your mouth is healthy better. Anytime you can feel better out your what age you're at, that's a big plus.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer. 35% off your first order, plus $10 off individual shots with free shipping and a money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer and discount code WABC.
Industries helps with all your construction, demolition, and weekly waste removal in all 5 boroughs of New York and every corner of New Jersey. With 361 days of sunshine, when you live at the residences at 400 Central in St. Petersburg, Florida. For construction, call 727-205-8517. That's 727-205-8517. The residences at 400 Central in St. Petersburg, Florida. Go to 400central.com. That's the number 400central.com.
Welcome. Let's go. Alessandra, Fifth Avenue.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome. It's okay, no problem. Come, you bring the sunshine.
Yes.
Fresh air is good, huh? Mama Nature.
Yeah.
You want a cup of coffee?
I have mine. Thank you, though.
You have it here?
Yeah. A little to-go cup.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Came prepared.
Wow. You saved the Starbucks money.
Oh, yeah.
I got Korean deli. $2.
Where'd you get your coffee from?
Korean deli, you know.
Oh, nice.
It's just as good.
Yeah.
$2.50, you know. Starbucks would be $4 or $5.
I know. I went yesterday. It was $5 for drip coffee.
Yeah. The same as, you know, those things. But it's okay. It's, you know, trends. You have options if you want to drink coffee. So many small coffee shop opening everywhere.
Yeah.
People coffeeholic and CBD store too.
wow your dinner? Say hello to Goya Yellow Rice. Your dinner's new secret hero, ready in minutes and bursting with an authentic blend of onion, garlic, and other flavorful Latin spices. Spanish-style Goya Yellow Rice is the perfect match for your meat, fish, or chicken. Or try it as the star ingredient to prepare a tasty shrimp paella. Find it in the Goya section of your local grocery store. If it's Goya, it has to be good.
Columbia got to be cleared out. And a MAGA-backed police officers are going to put themselves in harm's way to do it. But you need to clear out the administration of these universities. You got to get the progressives out. You got to get the Sharia supremacists off the lawn. You got to get the progressives out of the administration. Agreed. If we just solve, if you just clear out the encampments, you haven't solved the problem. That's a symptom of the problem. The problem is what you're seeing in Lower Manhattan with Mershon and with Adams and with Bragg and with Tish James is the exact problem you have at Columbia. People don't want to face facts. It's not about clearing the kids, clearing these terrorist protesters off the lawn in the encampments, whether it's at Yale or whether it's at Columbia. Yes, that has to be done, and no university should be taken over by that. But they also should clear out. You haven't solved the problem until you clear the progressives out of the, quite frankly, the faculty and the administration. And they don't want to hear that, but they want Sid Rosenberg and they want rank and file police officers, most of whom are MAGA, to be up there saving their asses. There's the problem. They always want to know. We gotta, if we're gonna do it, we gotta call them out too. The president should resign. The Senate president ought to resign. Anybody back to the terrorists gotta go. I don't care if we got tenure or not.
Well, here's the problem. So at least the Connie goes up to the Hill and does this amazing job, right? Amazing job. And two of them get whacked. Gay and Harvard, who's a racist, she gone, and the lady in Pennsylvania, I think the one at MIT is still there. But how about this, Steve? The two that got, quote-unquote, $1 million. That doesn't work for me. You can't just step down and collect a paycheck. You got to get rid of these people, including this Shafiq clown at Columbia, and not pay them. Get rid of them.
I tell you, for the parents, they had a jury pool that was all New York Times and MSNBC viewers or New York Times readers. This whole thing is totally and completely rigged from the absolute beginning. In fact, if people have been following it, they had this thing called the Sandoval here, with the technical term for if President Trump decides to testify, which he wants to do, what else can come in? And they essentially ruled everything could come in. The prosecutor can question him on anything. So that virtually takes his ability to take the stand. I think it takes it away from him. This is completely and totally rigged. The jury pool selection last week, which should have taken weeks, to get a true jury of his peers, took 4 days, 5 days. So today, this is all about smearing Trump. This is all about smearing Trump in front of the American people's eyes, and that's why I think President Trump, every afternoon, he needs to go to Columbia and stand with the students, or do more things with the cops, more things like the bodega run. I thought the bodega run was one of the most inspiring. Since East Palestine, Ohio,
Yep.
that's the second most important that President Trump's had to take
Well, I
place.
agree, and without giving away too much, because I do speak to people like you do that help set these things up, let's just say that, okay? And, I had Larry Trump on a couple of days ago, and we talked about the very real possibility, if not probability, that Trump ends up at Madison Square Garden this summer. I said to Larry, I live out in the Rockaways. I live literally 2 miles away from Floyd Bennett Field. I would love to get Trump to come with me back to my neighborhood, where both Brooklyn and Queens are affected, and speak there about the illegals that have started to make my people, my neighbors, miserable. So there's plenty of opportunities and places for Trump to go this summer while he is here anyway, to really give him a good shot at winning New York.
100%. I would love to do that Madison Square Garden. In fact, even while this trial is going on, I'd like to pull it this side of the corner. I think what you saw at the bodega run up in Harlem the other day was a Trump MAGA show of force, and it rattled Adams. That's why Adams, you know why Adams is not there? He's running away from the problem of Trump. He's also running away from the problem. He's got more Manhattan. He understands that the police force that at least 50% of the city, 6% of the city backs Trump. That's why he's running a count down some bogus climate change thing in Miami. You notice that every time you tell a leader about being where he needs to be in a moment of crisis, Adams is always hiding. He's hiding because he's a coward. He's a coward. He's been a coward from day one. He's showing he's a coward today. But if you out these progressives, if you out them and you make them stand and deliver, they will always crumble. They're always cratered because they're physical cowards.
So Trump, you talked about this jury, how quickly it came about. You talked about the color of the jury, how Trump now probably will not testify, how the thing is rigged. There's no doubt about it. I know there were some people saying to me, listen, there's still a chance on the jury. Maybe there's one juror will listen to certain friends in the morning. But the overwhelming majority of folks I talked to expect a conviction. So let's go to that worst case scenario. Donald Trump gets convicted. Now, over the weekend, they've been saying that Trump's lead, Steve Bannon, that Trump has been reduced. Last look, it's now 46-44. Now he gets convicted. How bad is that for us?
I think if he messes this correct way every day, and Trump has a show of force, that this could be a net positive, either a hung jury at the end or even a guilty plea. I think it actually be turned into a positive by the process itself. But we have to be in the process. Also, I don't think President Trump suffered himself by advisors around him that had him patting, Johnson on the head last week down in Mar-a-Lago, looked like he supported the Ukraine thing, which he actually did. I think that's one little bit of weakness of hope. I think there's a little bit of MAGA weakness when you look at these numbers. President Trump can come out of this much stronger than going in. But this has to be day by day. People have to be on top of this every day. And President Trump must remember one thing. He's not running against Mershon. He's running against an war. If you're watching the war, you know he ain't taking over anything. I mean, they've been embarrassed, the Russians. The idea we keep giving these people billions and billions and billions of dollars when the war has got no money. Israel gets 12 billion, they get 60. That's no good. So I understand Mike Johnson can't get stuff up because he's got a razor-thin edge in the House. And, you know, he has to compromise at certain points. But this Ukraine money is ridiculous, Steve.
Ukraine money with just 1 penny for the border. We have an invasion with 12 to 15 million people. It's very simple. From the way Worm looks at it, MAGA, hard, ultra MAGA, Johnson's got to go. He's got to go in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, but we even putting that in. We even want to go back to Jim Jordan again?
Look, nothing's going to happen between now. It's a little bit of caretaker. Steve Scalise, Jim Jordan, Tom Emmer's picking. Any caretaker's better than Johnson. Johnson lied to people's face. He lied to President Trump's face. His argument, he's seen the intel, Poland's going to fall, the Balkans are going to fall, France and Europe's going to fall. It's all a lie. And of course,
I need to tell Alexandra I have an 9 a.m. appointment. I'm so sorry, I'm just running about 5 minutes. Well, no, I'm going to be 15 minutes late, but I'm just about 3 minutes away.
Somebody put out a story that he spoke.
Sorry about that. Okay, thanks. Bye.
And then he quit. Gotta be a moron not to think that. We have nobody that tells us where the money goes. Whether we have a committee, nobody knows. No one has any idea where this money is going, nor have they from the very beginning of this goddamn war. So now we got this issue with the House. Now we got Johnson is not getting.
I can go left on 73 and it's gonna be in the corner.
Yeah, whatever's fastest. Thank you so much.
Ukrainian flags, desecrating that floor of the House by waving Ukrainian flags, not American flags there on Saturday. They did this to President Zelensky and the rest of his oligarchs.
Who's on your show tonight?
Jack Solar, MNTG, we're going on under cover of President Trump. The opening statement's going to go hard on Johnson. Johnson's got to go. I'd rather not have it happen, but McCarthy lied to people. He went. Johnson's lied to people. I think worse than McCarthy. He's got to go, so we're going to focus on that.
All right, excellent show about to come your way with my man, the War Room with Steve Bannon. And as always, Steve, and I always say to his pastor, you don't go for yourself. You don't even do a great job on the show. It's fantastic. People love you, and I love you, and thank you so much.
So we're just talking about the thing that you're going to call. Good luck today, Columbia, because that rag needs to be cleaned up. Not just the camp, not just the square, the public space and the lawn. Not what he's done for the administration. All has to be done.
Great. And let me just give you a call. If you're going to get a rest out, play that. There he is, the great Steve Bannon. We love to have him every Monday morning. We'll take a short break.
investigators tonight. Opening statements in former President Trump's hush money trial set for this morning. Lower Manhattan courtroom. White House reporter John Decker says the trial will keep Trump off the campaign trail for weeks. This trial will last anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. It could be less. It could be more. What president's lawyers have to factor in terms of being off the campaign trail for a significant amount of time. Trump used a falsified business record in order to cover up payments allegedly made for restoring his position prior to the 2016 election. The former president said the case until the shame. And while Kitty Cox searching for a man who raped a woman in Soho.
Thank you.
Good.
Hi.
Ramsey Mazda Weather Center. Just a beauty of the day on the way. Sunshine, high 62. 9:17 now. Let's head over to the 77 WABC Sports Desk in just a minute.
Thank you, Noam Lane. Sports sponsored by Pete Morgan and Fearless Boilers. Go to fearlessspoilers.com, Texas.com to find a dealer near you. They're the world's best built boilers, have a garden, and Eve Rangers. They beat the Capitals 4-1 yesterday, game one of their first round playoff run. Sid was trying to talk to me, but he thought I was talking to her. Yeah, it was very, very confusing. Yeah. I've never organized a rally in my life. Right, this is your first one.
מה קרה?
תעשה בעוד 5 מהר, בשעה 10 ברא, יכול יותר חמש.
בוודאי. כבר הכנתי את המדורות, הגחלים, את האש.
לא תגיע.
במרכז העיר, מה? בטיים סקוואר אני מעשה באור חמץ הכי גדול.
בבית, בכל הפינות, לא יש אפילו בחריצים של הרצפה, לא יש אף כלים.
שמה.
תיקח את כל הכלים, תעשה הגעלה בברוקלין.
כן. בינתיים אני עושה באור ג'וקים, כל הפינות שאני רואה ג'וקים, באור ג'וקים.
למה יש לך הרבה ג'וקים בבית?
לא, היו, עכשיו אין. עכשיו, לא יודע, עושים שיפוצים, לפעמים שעושים תיקון מעלית וסגרו את החדר זבל, אז זה קצת בעיה.
תגיד להם, יש לי ג'וקים בבית.
אמרתי להם, באו, בשלחו אקסטרנרטור.
מה הם שלחו?
אקסטרנרטור, משהו כזה.
אקסטרמינטור.
אקסטרנרטור. בארצות מסוימות הג'וקים האלה למעדנים. בתימן הג'וקים זה מעדנים.
לא בתימן, בסין, בפיליפינים.
גם בתימן, אם הם אוכלים גורדות, הם בטח.
לא, גורדה זה כשר. זה לא כשר.
החות'ים, נראה לך, החות'ים לא אוכלים לך גורדות.
אלה מוסלמים, זה לא יהודים, מה אתה כשר?
זה אותו שכונה, אותו דבר.
זה לא אותו כשר. יש חלקים שאנחנו לא יכולים לאכול כשרים.
זה אפל טאג, בסדר?
לא יודע, לא בדקתי.
לא נפל. שים אותו צמוד ללפטופ. ככה אם אתה בחדר, אתה יכול לראות אם הלפטופ זז למקום אחר, משהו.
איך אני עושה את צמוד הלפטופ?
לא, בתיק שם, אני יודע, תקפור.
התיק שלו, כן. אפשר לקחת אותו על הסטורג'.
קחת לו סטורג'.
כן.
שיר אותו שמה, מה? שיר אותו שמה, תעבוד עליו בחול המועד. ורדה הולכת לזהבה. בחול המועד. לא יודע. אבל מה עם הארגז ששלחתי? אולי יביאו לה אותו בימים הקרובים, יראו שהיא לא נמצאת, יחזירו אותו חזרה לניו יורק.
בשעה 3 בבוקר זה אבא שלך חכתי כל מיני טקסטים. אמרת לה שתעשה חישוב 7 שעות אחורה, שתדע לא להעיר אנשים.
בכל מקרה, מצאתי שיטה שאם עושים לך טקסט של תמונות וזה, זה לא עובר לך ישירות לטלפון. מנואל היה שולח דברים, זהבה הולך לי ישר תופס לי אתה יודע, את התמונות, וידאו. אז יש אפשרות, אתה הולך בסטינג, אתה לוחץ על כפתור שם, אני אראה לך, וזה לא הולך לטלפון שלך, אתה מבין? זה רק נשאר בוואטסאפ.
כן, איך עושים?
תרשום בגוגל how to avoid download picture from Instagram או וואטסאפ. יסבירו לך
מי נרצה אחר כך להכניס אותם לטלפון?
אז אתה לוחץ סייב, אתה עושה אפשרות של סייב. אבל הם יישארו רק במסגרת של הוואטסאפ.
כן, אני מלאתי את הטלפון עם כל השביעות.
שאני אומר לך, גם אני, עמנואל, גם היה זה, אבל רשמתי בגוגל how to stop download, auto download from Instagram, וואטסאפ, יסבירו לך שם לאט לאט. זה פשוט מאוד.
שמתי את התמונה של ילדה שאומרת לי, אמא שלה לעשות קיקוש, וואו. טיקטוק, וקיבלתי כמעט 1,000 צפיות.
כן.
כן.
איפה? בפייסבוק?
בטיקטוק.
בטיקטוק, יש לך טיקטוק?
כן.
זה כוכב עולה. טיקטוק עכשיו.
כוכב
טיקטוק.
918. יש שתיים, אחד קיבל 918, שלי קיבל 327.
שלח לי, נראה מה זה, לא זוכר.
והרב כדורי קיבל 1,015.
כן, שתיים. יש הפגנות על קולומביה יוניברסיטי, כל האוניברסיטאות האלה פתאום נהיו שונאי ישראל.
תמיד היו שונאי ישראל. יש זה. ערבי אחד דקר יהודי בעין.
כן, השוטרים גם לא עושים כלום, דפוקים. ואנים ביחד איתם.
ושהבאנו, אפשר לחפש.
צריכים לחמש את כל היהודים, כמו שבן גביר מחמש את כל היהודים בארץ. צריכים לחמש אותם גם פה.
זה, האמריקאים, ביידן מטיל לי סנקציות נגד גדוד נצח יהודה.
מה, נצח היהודה לגדוד של דתיים?
של דתיים, ימנים, מתנחלים, נוער גבעות.
זה רק מראה לך כמה שהשמאל פה מכתיב לביידן מה לעשות וזה. עכשיו ביידן יודע מה זה גדודים, מה זה, מה זה. שמאלנים מפה הולכים, אומרים לו תעגי ככה, תעשה ככה, אתה מבין?
כן, כל השמאלנים האלה, אתה יודע.
אהוד ברק כל פעם נוסע לביידן לעשות לו שטיפת מוח, גנץ, כל מיני, חליווה, אני יודע. נוסעים כל פעם לעשות לו שטיפת מוח נגד העמים. כל אלה בוגדים, מה אתה חושב? נוסעים לאמריקה להגיד לאמריקאים לא לתמוך בישראל. זה...
מה אתה חושב, גם הקטרים מזרימה להם מיליארדים של דולרים שעשו את זה, מה אתה חושב? חינם?
כן.
מזרימים להם יום כספים לאוניברסיטאות.
גם לשמאלנים שעושים כל הדברים האלה.
כן, מה אתה חושב, זה בחינם?
איך
איפה
קוראים?
יש להם כסף למכוניות, גלים, מכוניות חדשות, כל מיני דברים כאלה, נראה לך את זה, לעורר כספים כל הדברים האלה, לעזוב עבודה, להיכנס, וזה, מה אתה חושב?
מביאים את כל הקיבוצניקים הזקנים שאין להם מה לעשות, להפגין. איך המשפט הזה, מתוכייך יבוא מחרבייך? יש משפט כזה, מתוכייך יבוא מחרבייך.
משנאייך ומחריבייך מתוכך יצאו. מהרסייך ומחריבייך מתוכך יצאו.
זה בדיוק עליהם.
ארדואן יסרעיף את כולם. נסו נבחר יסרעיף את כולם, ואין סיפורים כאלה.
גם בברזיל היה הפגנה ענקית שלולו השמאלן הזה שגנב את הבחירות, הוא רוצה לסגור את טוויטר, את כל אתה יודע, החופשים, טיק טוק. אז כולם הברזילאים עשו הפגנות, אומרים, אתה רוצה לסתום לנו פיות? לא ניתן לזה.
אני גם בעד לסגור את טיק טוק, טיק טוק זה מאוד מסוכן, מה אתה חושב?
טוב, אתה גם אין לך כל כך השכלה, אני רואה.
יש לי השכלה טובה מאוד.
שתבין, שתדע לך שזה לא עניין של טיק טוק, זה עניין לסתום פנים. הרפלנים שמדברים ככה מוכנים. אז אם אתה רוצה לדעת שגוגל, פייסבוק, כולם יש להם את כל המידע שיש לך, ויותר אפילו מטיקטוק.
אבל אני בשיטה אמריקאית.
מה זה שיטה אמריקאית? זה שיטה השמאלנים מגעילים האלה, ששילמו מיליונים להפיל את טראמפ, אלה לא בכלל אמריקה, אלה שונאי ישראל, שונאי אמריקה, מה אתה מדבר שטויות? אתה יודע לך, גוגל ופייסבוק, כל אלה, כמה שילמו להפיל את טראמפ בזמנו? כל דבר שהיו מצייצים לטראמפ, הם היו מורידים את הכל. גם עכשיו, מה אתה חושב? גוגל, יוטיוב, כל המערך המדיה, הם גם נגד ישראל, הימין וטראמפ. אתה חושב שהם שונים טיקטוק? הם יותר גרועים מטיקטוק, אז מה? פשוט ביידן יודע שטיקטוק וטוויטר יש להם חופש דיבור, אז אומרים בוא נוריד אותם. גם את מאז שהוא קנה את טוויטר הם מנסים להפיל אותו, מה אתה חושב? עושים לו כל מיני משפטים, כל מיני זה. רוצים לשלוט, אתה לא מבין? כן. אתה יודע כמה לטישה, ג'יימס ואלווין ברג, יש להם $40 מיליון פתאום את כל אחד. סורו וכל זה הזרימו להם כספים, מה אתה חושב? דיברתי איתה, עשיתי לה בטקסט. זה ערב פסח, לא ערב פסח.
ערב מה?
ערב פסח.
פסח. ערב פסח. זוכר פעם עשיתי אצלך, הבאתי דברים וזה, נעשית דברים לעשות לך?
לא, אנחנו לא עושים, אין לנו סבלנות לזה, כל המגילה, אנחנו ברכים, אוכלים, שותים, הולכים לישון. אני הולך לעשות אותה לחב"ד כהלכתה.
זה לא כל כך ארוך כמו שאתה חושב, זה אגדה מאוד קצרה.
גש לחב"ד, תשב איתם כל הלילה.
איזה כל הלילה? זה רק...
שיר להם מה נשתנה, חד גדיה, מה נשתנה. חד גדיה כל הלילה, אתה במנו אלך מי.
זה 20 דקות קריאה ואחר כך יש ארוחה. כן, יס. Yes, Martha. Hey, how you doing? I tell you, Martha. Huh? No, it's not working. It's gone. Yeah. How are you? Is it fixed? Oh, no, it's not fixed. העובד, לא, עם זה.
טוב, לא נפריע לך.
לא, אתה לא מפריע, סתם אומר, אתה לא מפריע, זה הכל בסדר.
למה לא לקחת את הג'קטה או ג'קט טוב, לא? לא לקחת אותו, השארת אותו אצלי, לקחת רק את ההוא עם האדום.
גדול עליי.
נראה יופי.
נראה יופי, אבל ענק.
ענק, כי אתה ענק גם כן, מה, אתה גם לא...
ענק כזה, גולים יוצאים בחוץ.
תתחיל לקפל.
זוכר כשהיינו קטנים, כל העניים קונים בגדים אצל החיה. בתקווה.
לא, קונים זה חנות שגם עושים שם מכפלות וזה.
לא, אני זוכר, היה חייט אחד עיראקי שם, אתה בא והוא לוקח לך מיטה ותופר לך בגדים.
כן,
משום מה כשגדלנו, משום מה זה נהיה רק קטע של עשירים.
כן, היום זה רק עשירים.
אה?
אתה יודע כמה עולה חייט? פעמים אני הולך לחייט לעשות איזה עבודה, משהו, רוצים כל כך הרבה כסף, אני אומר להם, זה עולה יותר מהמכנס או החולצה, נקנה לי חדש.
כן, איזה קטעים. כשהולך לחייט זה עושה לך מכפלת 5 שקל. אתה מבין?
לא, רוצים 20-30 דולר, ואתה קונה את החולצה במחיר הזה. גם ניקוי יבש לא משתלם. כל פעם לעשות ניקוי יבש 20 דולר, 30 דולר, אתה כבר קונה
מה, אתה
חדש.
קונה חולצה חדשה 15 דולר מזה, מהבורלינגטון, זה כל המותגים.
כן. פעם הייתי עושה ניקוי יבש, אז הפסקתי, אז הוא אומר לי, מה קרה? הפסקת לעשות ניקוי? אמרתי לו, התחתנתי, אז האישה עושה כביסה.
תגיד לו, לא, נהיה יקר כל פעם. אני אומר ישר, מה יקר? מה?
לא, כשהייתי רווק, הייתי מביא לו חולצות ככה, 10-20 חולצות כל חודש. היה עושה גיוס, קיפול, הכל. הפסקתי, אז...
כמה הוא לוקח על חולצה?
לא, לקחת 2 דולר, לא יודע.
לא הרבה, מה אתה רוצה?
לא,
דולר לחולצה זה לא הרבה, אה?
כשהתחתנתי, האישה התחילה לעשות כביסות, לעשות הכל, לגייס, אני יודע, לסדר. אמרתי לו, האישה עושה.
כן. אחד גם הביא איזה אישה מהפיליפינים, חתן איתה, פוסי. אחרי כמה זמן התחילה לעשות לה פוזות, אמר לה, זה. העיף אותה חזרה לפיליפינים. אומרת לו, מה, אני יפה, אני יכולה למצוא כל גבר שאני רוצה פה. אומר לה, אין בעיה. לקח אותה לביקור משפחה בפיליפינים, השאיר אותה שמה וחזר. התקרס ממנה וחזר.
לקח לו אחד אחר.
הוא באמת חזר עם אחד אחר.
כן.
השאיר אותה שמה. אתה יודע, שמה הם לא נחשבות, שמה מלא כמו, אתה יודע.
כן.
איזה קטעי. היא באה לפה, היא ראה מחייכים אליה, היא שמה כמו הרוסיות הכוסיות שבאות לפה.
כן. פלצפניות. אבל הרוסיות הן יפות כשהן צעירות, כשהן מתבגרות, איזה מכוערות הן נהיות.
כן, פלטטות כאלה, עגולות כאלה, מגעילות.
גם הפנים מתנפח להם, הכל משתנה להם, נהיות הגלגליות כאלה.
כן.
יש להם נטייה להשמין מאוד אם הם לא שומרות על
אתה
עצמם.
יודע למה? זה מוכרים טונות של מיונז.
יש להם אוכל כבד גם, תפוחי אדמה,
כן, מלא הכל מיונז, תפוחי אדמה, כל מיני זה.
כל מיני קובות כאלה יש להם.
כן, בשביל זה הם גדולים כאלה. אבל יש הרבה רוסיות מבוגרות ששומרות על עצמן, נראות יפות גם, אז מה אתה חושב?
כן, יש ויש.
ראיתי הרבה זונות כאלה שסיימת. אתה שומע? מישהו אחד, אתה יודע, הלך לבריכה וזה, אז הוא היה שם במקלחות, כושי אחד עם זין גדול. אז הוא אומר לו, איך זה שיש לך זין כזה גדול? אז הוא אומר לו, אני מכניס מהר ומוציא לאט.
אני בשידור חי, לאנשים שלא עושה לי פתיח אותך.
טוב, אתה שומע? אז עכשיו נעשה בלי הגס. אז הוא הולך לאשתו, בלילה וזה עושה איתה, אז היא אומרת לו, מה, אתה מנסה לעשות כמו הכושי?
תגיד כמו השחור, כן.
מה אתה מנסה לעשות? זה מצחיק, אה?
כן.
אתה יודע מה מצחיק מנואל?
כן.
אתה תספר לו בדיחה מצחיקה,
כן,
אחרי כמה זמן הוא חושב שאתה שכחת אותו, שולח לך את אותה בדיחה, כאילו שהוא הוציא אותה.
כן. זה קטעים.
איזה מצחיק זה.
כן. גם אם תשלח לו תמונה, בדיחה משהו, ישלח לך חזרה כאילו הוא גילה את זה.
כן. איזה מצחיק. איזה מצחיק, כמובן אלו. שווה לעצור את זה. אבל לו, אתה תמיד לוקח קרדיט של אחרים עליך.
תגיד לו זכויות יוצרים, שאתה שולח לו משהו, אומר לו משהו, תשים מערה זכויות יוצרים.
אני רוצה את הסמל הזה, תגיד את הסמל זה יעני רגיסטר.
כן.
הוא אומר לי, מה זה אבל אני אומר לו רגיסטר, זה משהו.
תשים גם את הסמל C, C זה קופירייט.
כן. קופירייט, סי. איזה קטעים. היית מאמן הזה. איך ילדה שמחה אתמול,
כן.
כפר עליהם. התיישב בבדיקות מכל הילדים האחרים. הצלחתי את כולם, I beat everybody. איך היא אומרת?
קטעים. זה קטעים איתה.
איך היא צועקת בפה הקטע שלה? No one had more speaker than me. תן לי הכל עליי. Come in. Come in, it's open. איזה קטעים. Commuter, where did you be, smart? A long time no see you. Ay. Would you like to have some coffee? You should. Look. Man. From Israel. Larry. Perfect time. Ay. ואני רוצה לבוא לגור.
השמש בחוץ, גם קר, רוח קרה.
קרה. אני צריך סוודר. מעיל.
יש לך מכבסה ליד הבית, לך מכבסה.
כן, אני הולך לבחור לחפש לה. הוא אומר לי, לא, זה לא מטבוחה, הוא מרגיע אותי, זה חצילים.
אותו דבר, לא? אותו דבר.
כן.
הצילים זה שמן. הצילים זה גם מלא שמן.
כן, הוא מרגיע אותי הילד. מבין? מרגיע אותי, אבל לא, זה לא חצילים. זה לא מטבוחה, זה חצילים, זה יותר קל. במזף הבאת לי זה כיסון לפסח, כן?
האפל טאק.
זה
האפל טאק כשר לפסח.
לא, הקפה.
כן,
על הכיסון לפסח. עשו לי צירה, סליחה.
איך לאסוף את דניאל הזונה הזאת? דבר איתך אחת.
לא הייתה לקחה.
רגע.
Passover tonight. You know Passover? What is
להתראות,
Passover?
זה בטח אחר כך. Linda, Linda, yeah, Linda. Come and go, come and go. You know, that thing is missing from here. Look, that thing that was here is missing. Where is it? Used to be here. Oh no, it's missing. Somebody took it. What happened? Dave E, are you here? Remember the art that used to be here, the status, expensive status, it's missing. Yeah, I need to Google it, see what happened. See what happened. Yeah, what is called that? Oh, here. Yeah, how you doing?
Good morning.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I see something is missing in this one. You know this one?
Yeah.
It used to be here. It's missing.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I noticed this just
This,
now.
they said it's worth $1 million. Who stole it? Somebody steal it.
Yeah, I can't see. You're right.
Yeah, where?
I just realized today it's not there.
Yeah, it was here yesterday. I don't know
It
where.
was there yesterday.
I don't know. It's
Oh.
last few days. I'm not sure.
Ah, this pumpkin is.
As the building. What is it?
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe they took a car wash or something.
Maybe Or maybe they have taken it for eating.
Maybe exhibit somewhere.
Okay.
Who knows? I'm gonna Google it.
Oh, I can ask them.
They said online worth couple million.
Couple of million?
Yeah. It's expensive.
How are the roads today? It's busy?
So I just stopped now.
Okay.
Sunshine, a little cold.
इसके लिए हम लोग को याद करना पड़ा था हम लोग भाई कितना भी हुई ऑटो मोड चेंज कर सकते राशि का भी यही है अनुजा का भी नहीं ऑप्शन किया है वही ऑप्शन मेरा मानी उसका वो एक्सेंट ओरिजिनल तो उसको बहुत बेटर आता है एक क्या होता है वंशी चीज़ की हम लोग का यही अलग है और जो वहाँ पे जो अपने ट्राई करते हैं जो अपने बोलते हैं डिफरेंस फील होता है
यहाँ पे एक है उसका
तो उसका भी यही का होगा
उसका एक्सेंट मतलब सुन के लगेगा ही नहीं
हाँ
हमारे का नहीं
क्योंकि वो वोकैबुलरी वैसा सीखी है ना
ठीक ही लगता है वैसे थोड़ा थोड़ा कलर अपने उस तरफ वाला है लेकिन सामने से चीज और क्योंकि एजेड है वैसे मतलब आई थिंक लेट 40s की उम्र ठीक है कॉलेज में से मिलते थे तो ठीक है मतलब ऐसे प्यार है बहुत सुंदर है सिंधी ही जाती सिंधी लोग ऐसे थोड़े बोले होते हैं मुंबई से है यहाँ पे कॉलेज के टाइम पे उसका भी एक्सेंट पूरा मतलब हिंदी बोलेगी ना तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि ट्राई कर रही है बोलने की, उस तरह का हिंदी बोलती है मतलब ठीक है मतलब एजेंट साथी सब उसको देख के बोलेगा नहीं उसका 20 साल 22 साल का बेटा है उसका बेटा कॉलेज में ग्रेजुएट होने वाला है उसको देख के बोल नहीं सकता
साढ़े 3 सौ साढ़े 1.50
चला नहीं
बहुत लॉस कर रहे हैं
It's the rock. They're rolling him out. The rock.
Sorry?
The rock.
The Rock?
This the actor. The rock.
मुझे लगा आदमी खड़ा है
The Rock.
Yeah. The Museum of Wax.
Yeah, the Museum of Wax.
It looks so real.
हाँ हमको लगा कि आदमी खड़ा है
Take
I
pictures.
just felt that somebody standing there
So,
Inside, it can take pictures. All the politicians, the celebrity, the inside.
have you been there?
Yeah, yeah. You take picture with the models. You say it's their girlfriend. They look real. They all look real.
1 minute.
Yeah, sure. It's called museum. What it's called?
It's called Museum of Wax.
Yeah,
Madame Tussauds Museum
Madame
of Wax.
Tussauds. See the long line.
Is there an entry fees?
Yeah, 20, 30 bucks.
Everywhere.
But it's fun.
It's fine.
Take picture with Trump, Biden, Obama, OJ, Michael Jackson,
Wow.
Madonna.
Dust and the toxins caused all kinds of problems for New Yorkers near Ground Zero. If you were there, if you lived there, or went to school there, or maybe you worked down there and you've been diagnosed with cancer or another serious illness, and you're alone to now sleep alone anytime during the 8 months.
अच्छा ऐसा है कि
मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि तुम मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसा नहीं कि तुम पहला बार में चलाएगा तो तुम बिल्कुल चला सकते हो
Anti-Israeli intensity took over Columbia, as you know. Same thing over in Yale, over in Connecticut. A different story now. A 14-year-old boy school that happened on Sunday evening on 80
not the near corner. You want to go the far corner?
No,
This is right here.
Yeah, this corner.
Okay. You just walk
Yep.
this way. You see
Yep.
it.
Over here.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Good luck.
You too.
towards George Washington Bridge at Jerome Avenue. All lanes are closed there because of an accident. Now, the fire department is over on the eastbound side of Webster Avenue. So you've got two problems here on the Cross Bronx Expressway, both being on this
WABC. WABC. Running around like a loot, like two lost souls in a fishbowl. With you. Running around like a two lost soul in a fishbowl. Like, soul in a fishbowl.
Outrage around the country of this anti-Semitic behavior that we better never find tolerable. Michael Goodwin all over it, New York Post's finest columnist, and John Levine, also from the New York Post, who went and interviewed Michael Avenatti in prison. You're going to love to hear that interview. So before
Head to your pickup on W42nd Street.
Let's get to the big three.
Now, with the stories you need to know, it's Brian's Big Three.
Number 3.
Speaker Mike Johnson, who'd been criticized for slow walking an aid package, successfully championed the bill this weekend, which won bipartisan support.
I've done here what I believe to be the right thing, and that is to allow the House to work its will.
Jim Jeffries obviously this morning. He's green-lighted the places like Israel, Taiwan. What else is in the bill? And will it cost
Pickup car on the left.
Jewish chants and cheers, and they waved their hands in their middle
I'm
finger.
picking up somebody in that building.
That's just
I'm picking up somebody in
embarrassing, terrible
Hey, how you doing?
That is a student
Head to your drop-off at NYU Silver Center for Arts and Science.
Pro-Hamas and Palestinian cause have huge support and is out of control. From Columbia to Yale to Berkeley to even Israel. Meanwhile, the IDF plans on wiping out Hamas in Rafah as early as today.
My concern is...
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Will take their cues from the prosecutor in this case. They'll take their cues from Attorney General Letitia James. Including the Bill Barr used to say when we were at DOJ, was that the Department of Justice is not the Department of Prosecution.
Kerry, Kupek, Urban. Trump on trial. Opening statements begin. We lay out the strategies, the prosecution's first witness, and what the rest of the witness list could be. Let's bring in Michael Goodwin. Michael, very impactful column, made a lot of news. We're going to talk about presidential champagne. Talking about what Joe Biden's doing. Well, Donald Trump is on trial. But I do want to get your take about opening statements today, and that David Pecker will be the first witness for the prosecution. David Pecker, as people know, used to run the Inquirer and did some cash and kill stories where he paid, allegedly, I think it's fact, Karen McDougal as well as a front door person to get their stories and then not publish their stories. What does any of that surprise you? That Pecker would be first, that the prosecution would go for Michael Cohen later?
Well, look, I think that they're trying to use Cohen without making it seem like the whole case rests on him because of he's a convicted liar. He's been lying his whole life. He continues to lie. And so that doesn't mean he's never telling the truth. It just means it's hard to know when it's true and when it's not. So I think the prosecution is trying to minimize his impact on the jury by starting with Pecker, whose story presumably will be that, yes, we did these things for Trump. Why they did them for Trump, I'm sure they will ask him that question. But that was the nature of the paper at the time. I mean, it was hardly a legitimate news source. I don't think anyone regarded it as a news source. It was a scandalous supermarket rag, is one way of looking at it, and that was its business model. And so I'm sure, if the Trump people are going to cross-examine Pecker in aggressive ways, they will find some way of getting that out there, that this was standard business practices under Pecker.
Here's Will Scharf. He's an attorney for Trump. He's in there at the desk. Cut 6.
While the prosecution and the media are hell-bent on sensationalizing this case, we're focusing on the facts, because the facts show that President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong.
weren't actually entered by President Trump. He was busy running the country from the White House while all this was happening in Trump Tower in New York. We believe the facts are absolutely on our side, that they're absolutely exonerative of the president. And as long as the jury focuses on the facts, as long as the jury can see through all the media coverage and all the sensationalism and focus on the actual facts of the case, we believe they have to win the case, and that's what you're going to see play out with these arguments.
And that was Jennifer Labs yesterday on Fox and Friends. What do you think?
Well, I think it is important for the Trump team to remind the jury what's really the issue here. And it's not even the hush money that everybody has labeled this case. It is about that money, but it's really, as the lawyer pointed out, it's about how that organization set up business ventures. And so that is the real stretch here. Now, Alvin Bragg, the DM, has taken this payment to Michael Cohen as a retainer, and somehow, through an alchemy that no one quite understands, has turned this into 34 felonies. It's bizarre. You hear the MSNBC crowd saying, oh, this is why Trump won the election. If only we had known this, yet we were so upbeat with Hillary Clinton. Yeah, it's Russian. But the Russians gave the election. Which one is it? Yeah, exactly. I mean, but it is that much of a reach. But that kind of talk also reveals, Brian, the ultimate aim. That is what this case is about. This is one of the 4 criminal cases plus the civil case that Letitia James brought. All of them brought by prosecutors, including the one in Georgia. And we know the trouble there. All of them are dirty. All these cases. You see where with all of these cases, and this one is particularly weak because it doesn't look like a felony if it's anything at all.
So, listen to what Gavin Newsom said. He fears what you think. 9/11.
And when I'm focusing on him, I do worry electorally that he has a slight advantage. And so I'm a little concerned about the overindulgence around the day-to-day. I get it. I totally get it. The consequential nature of a criminal trial is profound and outsized in some respects, but not more outsized than democracy, more outsized than Dobbs, and the consequences of him prevailing in this election in November.
So, guys, this might be hurting us.
Well, look, I do believe that all of these cases sort of lean in the same direction politically, and I think everyone watching these cases, Brian, should keep an eye on the politics of it. I mean, I wrote about it on Sunday that you have Joe Biden in Pennsylvania going to Scranton, his version of a log cabin where he grew up as a child, and I think that is the key here. These are political cases, and they should be judged as such.
Let's talk about what you said, Joe Biden's doing. It's a champagne. What do you mean by it's a sham?
Well, the trials are the sham, and it really is election interference. I mean, there's no question. This case, the Georgia case, they are important because they are pardon-proof. Even if Donald Trump becomes president and he could pardon himself from any federal convictions, he can't pardon himself from state convictions. And that's why these cases were brought in the states. We know that Fani Willis in Georgia met with the White House about that case. Her lawyer claimed payment for the time he spent at the White House. Yes. So that was a kind of giveaway. Alvin Bragg, remember the Manhattan District Attorney, he turned down this case. His predecessor turned down this case. The federal prosecutors in New York turned down this case. It only came back, and the Federal Election Commission turned it down. It only came back to life when the MSNBC crowd and Andrew Weissman kept pressuring and criticizing Bragg. and then finally he brought it back. But you can see the problems with the case. And you have to then look backwards and, well, why would he bring it? Would he bring this if Donald Trump were not running? Would he bring it if Donald Trump were not the presumptive nominee of the Republican Party? I mean, this is all about propping up Joe Biden. Joe Biden needs help. This is how...
Well, I think we just lost him. That is true, and I think that people are going to, if this was the end now, Biden was to win, they'll be talking about the lead that Donald Trump had. They'll be talking about the case that we're going forward. They'll be talking about the 2022 story of Politico, where Joe Biden came out and said flat out, he's mad at Garland. He wants Trump prosecuted. Why is it taking so long? That's a Politico story, right? It's not something, some Republican that came up with that thinks it's going on. Like, for example, there's no proof that Barack Obama's running the White House. People always have to say, Barack Obama's running the White House. There's no way Joe Biden's in charge. I don't think so. I mean, he's playing a role through the people that he knows, but I just don't think they talk that much. And I never thought there was much chemistry between them. Michael, I got it on the whole linkage to the court cases. I just wanted to get you to weigh in on Columbia University. You see that they told the students to stay home today. They couldn't guarantee their safety. You saw a rabbi step up and tell the Jewish kids don't go to school. You see what's happening right now with a huge protest in front of Yale. This morning, cops showed up and said, if you don't clear out the entrance, I'm going to arrest all of you. So they backed up and they're singing civil rights songs, all for the Palestinian cause. But the anti-Semitism is bigger than anything. Do you want to try to put that in perspective before I let you go?
Well, Brian, I'm an alumnus of Columbia, and I am ashamed of what's happening there. It is extraordinary to me, and the president of Columbia lost her nerve. Last week, after her testimony in Congress, was not well received. It was not trashed, but not well received. She authorized the police to come in and clear out the encampment. And they returned. Police did. More than 100 students were arrested. And then these kids came back and expanded the tent city and everything. And she has been virtually silent. I mean, she's got to go now. That's the end of her tenure. She has folded in the face of this outrageous outbreak.
That's what Elise Stefanik has just called for her to resign. All the cops say, even Mayor Adams said, ask me to come in. I will send in the NYPD, but I have to be asked. They have not been asked. That encampment set up again right after that.
That's right. This is private property, and so the police have to be asked to come in and make the arrest. Why they don't do it? Why she doesn't do it, and why the president of Yale? Look, schools are going to have this problem unless the presidents get the courage of supposedly their convictions to stop it. This is an outrageous attack on not just Judaism and Jewish students. This is a terror organization they are supporting. These are there's someone in Midtown Manhattan was wearing a Hezbollah headscarf, headband. Do you know, waving a Hezbollah flag? Do you know what Hezbollah stands for? I mean, it's just a killing group. It's just a group of terror proxies designed to kill Jews. That's all they do. They have taken over the country of Lebanon and deprived the citizens there of
Mike Ross landlord.
Marines in 1982.
Yes.
Yeah, how you doing?
Abner, how are you?
Good, thank you. Good, thank you.
Listen, are you going to be home on May 3rd?
Why?
I have an insurance inspection, either May 2nd or May 3rd. Is it Thursday or Friday, if you want to pick which day?
May 3rd or May 2nd?
Actually, I'm sorry, 3rd. 2nd's already booked. May 3rd.
May 3rd, no problem. What time you coming?
Between 8 and 12. I don't have an exact time yet, but in that range. From 8, probably closer to 9 to 12 o'clock.
Okay, no problem. I also will leave you a lockbox on the door, or you have the key. I will authorize you to go in. Okay, no problem.
What's the lockbox number?
No, I will text you. I will tell you.
Okay, fine.
Basically, it's 1738, 1738. I'll leave you lockbox on the door, 1738.
Okay, so we'll see you on May 3rd, okay?
No problem. Thank you. Take care.
Unknown caller.
Yeah.
Hello, is this Abner?
Yes.
Hey, Abner, this is John. I just wanted to give you a quick call from Constant Contact. I saw that you'd started a trial account with us.
No, yeah, I can't talk now. I'm in my job, but I'll get back to you. I don't need this right now. Thank you. Take care. Left here, I'm going to be in the corner. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. Good. You're welcome.
I've said it time and time again. If your computer or phone is unprotected, you're just asking for trouble. There are literally billions of malware programs already out there, and each day hundreds of thousands more are released. Let's face it, it's not a matter. That's why I use Total AV's award-winning security suite on all my devices, both at home and on the go. It's cutting-edge security that provides real-time protection from viruses, malware, and more. Plus, you can protect up to 5 devices all under a single plan. So whether you're on a Windows, Mac, iOS, or an Android device, just install the easy-to-use app, and that's it. You're protected. And as a Kim Commando listener, you can get your first year of Total AV for only $19. Just head to protectwithkim.com for this exclusive discount of over 85% off the regular price. That's protectwithkim.com. Protectwithkim.com. It's just $19 for the first year at protectwithkim.com.
In 2024, you get more at Ramsey Mazda. More selection and more savings, like a new 2024 Mazda CX-5, starting at just $29,942. Visit RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. This is Greg Kelly. To my friends in the construction business, if you've been injured on the job, make just one call to the construction accident lawyers at the law offices of Guarantee More. With hundreds of 5-star reviews, they fight for more justice for every client and have secured millions of dollars in compensation for New York construction workers. Call 888-444-ATTY. That's 888-444-2889 for a free consultation. More diligence, more persistence, and more justice. Guarantee More. Prior results don't guarantee similar outcomes. Faztech Industries helps with all your construction, demolition, and weekly waste removal in all 5 boroughs of New York and every corner of New Jersey. Faztech is the #1 provider of recycled products and the #1 provider of roll-off
and daters. Call Joe Costanzo at 718-494-1600. 718-494-1600. A DeFazio Company.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Radio that makes you think. This is the Brian Kilmeade Show.
When the motion of vacancy is threatened every week in the Congress, that is being abused. And I think we need to fix that. That is a tool that's being abused by a minority when the majority of my conference don't agree with them. And they use that because they think that gives them power, and it does if they have a gun to the speaker's head every day. And so I think that's something that we'll be looking at.
It's ridiculous, and I don't think any Democrat or Republican in the next session, no matter who's the majority, would stand in the way of getting rid of the one-person motion to vacate. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Congressman Massey and Paul Gosar are looking to do it, but no one's filed it yet, and I think Democrats would absolutely save them. Ro Khanna said I'd actually step in, as would Hakeem Jeffries. I think what people are upset about is they had more people vote against the Ukraine aid than vote for it. The Israel aid, there was no problem. The Taiwan aid, not much of a problem. And there was no border money in it. You saw Congressman Jim Banks bring that up. Hey, Bruce, you're in York, Pennsylvania. Hey, Bruce, thanks for calling. What's on your mind?
Thank you for taking my call. I'm so glad. I really think that these protests, just like the BLM protests of 2020, pretty much the same people, funded by the same people. But the whole point is you want to have all this turmoil, just like we did in 2020. It helps the Democrats in election time, okay? They think of this as a positive. Otherwise, Biden would step in and say, you got to knock it off because it's going to kill my chances of getting elected. And that's very strongly, I feel that belief.
It's a little bit different now because, Bruce, because it doesn't work to their advantage. They have the Jewish vote or had it. If they see the anti-Semitism happen, if they see that they're not speaking out and pushing back on it, these people aren't taking an aggressive stance against it. I think there's this Jewish community alone, they're very powerful. I think with people who are clear-thinking like you and I, who see that they're on the right side of these things. And could you imagine if all these protests were against Muslims? If we wanted Muslims off the campus, and we said they're murderers and they're all terrorists? Can you imagine the outrage from the White House? They would have sent in the National Guard already. And there's people like you and I, and the Christian community, the Jewish community go, this is wrong. Never happen again.
Listen at home. Enable the 77 WABC Alexa skill today. Say,
Play 77 WABC.
Hi, I'm Brian Kilmeade. Welcome to the Towers Foundation New York Minute. Go to T2T.org right now. Pledge is $11 a month. This great organization, they sponsor us, so please help them out. Well, Columbia University's president said stay home. Take classes virtually. Why? Because they're deeply concerned about everybody's welfare. They're trying to figure out how to handle it because they let these crazy students and outsiders camp in on their campus and on the outside, making it very unsafe for Jewish students. A prominent rabbi at Columbia warned Jewish students to go home on Sunday. It's not safe for you. A massive new anti-Israeli tent city took over Columbia, as you know. Same thing over in Yale, over in Connecticut. A different story now. A 14-year-old boy was shot and wounded inside a Brooklyn playground next to a middle school. That happened on Sunday evening on 81st Street in Canarsie. New York Home Depot has been deploying a guard dog now because in New Rochelle, they get a lot of break-ins. I'm Brian Kilmeade. Listen to my show 10 to noon on 77 WABC, Monday through Friday. This being the Tell the Towers Foundation New York Minute. In the wake of 9/11, the Tell the Towers Foundation pledged to do good and never forget the sacrifices of America's heroes. The foundation has been helping our nation's heroes ever since. Heroes like veteran Army Major Jonathan Turnbull. Turnbull was left blinded by an ISIS suicide bomber. Tell the Towers provided him with a smart home, giving him back his day-to-day independence. Join Tell the Towers in helping our nation's most severely injured heroes by donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org. T2T.org. Get more in a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. More selection, over 750 new vehicles available, and more savings on their entire Mazda lineup. Lease the all-new 2024 Mazda CX-90 PHEV preferred for just $299 a month at Ramsey Mazda. Route 17 North in Ramsey, New Jersey. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. Call 888-885-2891 for lease details. Excludes tax, title, and registration. Zero security deposit. VIN number R1157064. MSRP 51320 and 43024. The experts at NYC Pain MD. Leaders in non-surgical medical
treatment for arthritis pain have a special message. If you've been told that you are bone to bone, or that knee replacement surgery is your only option, or would prefer to avoid the side effects of pain medicines, their experienced doctors use the latest in precision arthritis targeting technology to precisely place FDA-approved cushioning medicines, stem cells, PRP, or nerve blocks exactly where you need it. No surgery, no anesthesia, no hospital. Procedures can start your healing in as little as 10 minutes. Most return to work or home immediately after treatment with nothing but a 1-inch band-aid. Even doctors are NYC Pain MD patients. It's time to stop letting chronic pain control your life. Take the first step forward. Call to schedule a no-cost assessment at 1-800-600-KNEE. That's 800-600-5633. Clinics convenient to subways, bridges, and tunnels. Call to schedule your assessment. That's 800-600-KNEE.
Participants must be forecasting your food receive recurring credit marketing messages from Apple messaging data from appointments. Required terms apply. Available at apple.com/TNC.
And want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor. Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où? Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, how's your French going? You can say,
Ma belle est amusante et facile grandement apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Now try Babbel free. Just text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000 to try Babbel for free. Text radio to 64,000.
Imagine getting your favorite D'Agostino Supermarkets products without ever leaving your home. Order online via Instacart, Uber, or DoorDash and enjoy home delivery across New York City.
Oh, please, Mr. D'Agostino, move closer to me.
This is Rabbi Joseph Tasnik of the New York Board of Rabbis. And this is Reverend A.R. Bernard from the Christian Cultural Center.
Listen to The Rev and the Rabbi
every Sunday morning at 7
on 77 WABC. Vintage collection right now at WABCRadiostore.com. All the logos, all the nostalgia, all the things on hats, shirts, sweatshirts, and hoodies. It's the BBC Radio Store. Real New York, 77 WABC. Talk Radio 77 WABC.
News, unique opinions. Hear it all on the Brian Kilmeade Show.
Hundreds of students were literally around me, dancing in a circle and singing and holding hands, singing anti-Jewish like chants and cheers, and they waved their hands and their middle finger in my camera and my face, and they yelled at me. And then finally, one of the students, whose face was covered in a keffiyeh, took a Palestinian flag that he was holding and waved it in my face, and then his left eye. I immediately yelled, "He stabbed me in the eye," and I ran after him. The human blockade continued to blockade me so that they wouldn't let me find the man who assaulted me.
Vanessa, I'm over here now.
Sahar Tartak. She talks to Fox News Digital, a Yale student. She was one of hundreds of students who were literally surrounded by anti-Semitic idiots who are pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas, and stabbed her in the eye with a Palestinian flag. With you right now in studio is John Levine, New York Post writer, great columnist. And John, as someone who's a journalist, you probably are astounded about what's going on in Columbia. Yale, there were more formal protests there. At least they got out of the entrances. They were almost massacred. What's going on in Columbia, totally out of control.
Brian, what country are we living in? This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Every single day you're hearing stories like this. Just yesterday, as I'm sure you saw, the rabbis at Columbia told Jewish students to go home. They say it's not safe for you to stay here. Leave. You know, the NYPD went in and they made some arrests, but it doesn't mean anything to get arrested in New York City. They take you to the precinct, they book you're there for like 4 hours, and then out of Europe. A lot of the people who were quote unquote arrested, they're back in the encampment. They're like 2 days later, a day later. It doesn't mean anything. The reason this is happening is because we've never had any real consequences. None of these people have ever experienced any real consequences in their lives. You want these to end, you've got to start suspending students, you've got to start expelling students.
Yeah, welcome, Vanessa.
Head to your drop-off at 224 W 35th Street.
Yeah.
We had a man in New York who was arrested for insulting the Prophet Muhammad. Okay, as we just saw, you have violent acts occurring on these campuses. There was a student at Yale that we just saw 2 seconds ago was stabbed in the eye with the butt of a placard of a protest sign. There are violent acts occurring on these campuses. There is more than enough probable cause to get the NYPD in there right this second.
Well, I will say this. They decided to just shut down school today at Columbia. And they said, don't go. We're going to sort this out. But what an in-your-face it is when she's testifying on Capitol Hill. Instead of these guys, men and women, these boys and girls, these men and women for being their best behavior, they started upping the protest to show that the Palestinian cause is their cause. Now, it's not like you're going for France or England. Well, that's pretty good. Man, you're going for the Palestinian cause. These women, what woman would want to reinforce that culture?
These are the worst people in the world. We saw what happened on October 7th. There were mass rapes. They were raping dead people. There were decapitations of children. There are still hostages in Gaza. We don't know where they are. I'm sure a lot of them are probably. And I can't even imagine the kind of suffering they're going through. This is not a lady. We would have this same stuff.
Michael Rappaport's an actor, a liberal actor, always goes on Howard Stern. Listen to him. I think that this guy's having a revelation fresh off his visit to Israel. Come forward.
You know what's going to be great when Donald Trump gets elected, and I ain't saying I'm voting for him, but when he does win, and he's going to win, the screaming that you're doing at Jews about free Palestine, the screaming that you're doing at Zionists is going to be nothing compared to the screaming you're going to be doing come November when Donald Trump wins presidency. Because of you. That's kind of, I mean, I'm sure there will be a lot of screaming if he wins, but something that I'll say I know will happen is a lot of these foreign students here on foreign visas who are guests in our country, they're gone. Because Trump has already said those visas are getting canceled on day one, sending those students home. That's something clearly President Biden is not willing to do. You know, and Trump has said that he would reinstitute a ban on people immigrating to this country from nations that are hostile to America.
So there's this really disturbing thing that American kids going to elite colleges, which means they have to have great grades or a legacy, which probably say 80% of my great grades. Those are the valedictorians in your class. I mean, I just don't, I didn't grow up with anyone, maybe 3 people went to Ivy Leagues and they were all great athletes and magically went from an 87 to getting into Princeton. So having said that, these are people who are highly educated or they're foreigners coming from Middle Eastern countries, and I'm
good luck. Have a good day. Thank you for choosing us. 5-star TV Drive. Yes, beautiful Venice.
Daytime will be 59 degrees. In Central Park right now, sunny at 51, going up to 61. I'm Ashley, weather meteorologist Heather Bear on New York Weather Station, 1010 winds on 93 FM.
Hey guys, Boomer here. As you may know, my goal this year is about more than ever. Now, with a little help from the folks at the Good Tea Store, I've been doing just that. Last week I was back.
Ew, wake up, ew. Ew. Ew, wake up. You ready to go to Kangaroo? Open your phone. Wake up. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, smell the coffee. What's your problem? Got a problem? I'm your solution, I'm not your problem. Right? Zimmerman. Luis.
Hello, dear. You've reached Mom.
Luis. Luis.
Powered by the 24/7 operation of cryptocurrency trading. One broker though says staffing the overnight that could be a thorny issue. The clothing chain Express has filed for bankruptcy and has announced a plan to sell itself to three companies that have a lot riding on keeping its mostly mall-based clothing stores open for business. The three are shopping mall landlords. Buyer is brand manager WHB Global and also owns Toys R Us. The Dow is ahead now, 61 points. Nasdaq still positive, but only by 6 points now, while the S&P gains 8. Bloomberg Money Watch at 26 and 56 past every hour. I'm Steve Otis for 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM.
Hey there, it's Susan Richard with this message from Renewal by Anderson, who is standing by, ready to help you give your home the spring makeover it needs. We're talking about custom windows, patio doors, and entry doors from their certified master installers. These are folks who don't do anything else. No siding, no roofs, or anything like that. They're experts who are handpicked by Renewal by Anderson. And their installers are professional, respectful, and won't make a mess in your house. And now, you've got the chance to save money with a special patio door window combo. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door, get the next one 40% off with a minimum of 6 units. With a great financing deal. No money down, no payments, and no interest for a year. That's right, you pay nothing for a whole year. Call Renewal by Anderson, 1-800-705-7100. 1-800-705-7100. That's 1-800-705-7100.
Offer not available in all areas. Restrictions and conditions apply. Call for license information.
When you have to stop but don't really want to, stop at BP. Because BP has everything you need to keep it going. Fuel to keep the adventures going. The BP Me app to keep the savings and the commute going. Snacks and drinks to keep the crew going. And the BP Me Rewards Visa to keep your rewards going and going and going. A stop at BP isn't a stop at all. Keep it going.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff, so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com. Or call 800-933-1022 to speak to an expert. That's 800-933-1022.
WINS, WINS-FM in HD1, New York. Always live from the free Odyssey app.
Lots of sunshine, it stays that way, and a high of 61 today. More people get their news from 1010 Wings than from any other radio station in the nation. Sharon Barnes-Waters is our service aide. Gary Sodders, Sarah Milano, our writers. Justin Schrager at the editor's desk. I'm Kevin Rincone.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM, New York.
Good morning. 61 degrees and we've got some skies in Manhattan at 11 o'clock. I'm Linda Lopez with what's happening. Prosecutors have begun their opening statements at Donald Trump's hush money trial. Prosecutors saying Trump and others formed a conspiracy to hide negative information in order to get him elected. Students at Columbia University have switched to remote learning for today as pro-Palestinian protests continue on campus. A man is recovering after being randomly attacked on a bike in the Bronx. The Supreme Court will consider if the Biden administration can regulate ghost guns. And one of the most iconic commercial jingles on our station, isn't going anywhere for a while. 1010 Winds AccuWeather. We've got mostly sunny skies right now. It will be sunny and pleasant for the rest of today. We get to a high of 61 degrees in the city. Winds news time, 11:01. Let's get our check of traffic in transit on the ones. And here's Andre Farrow.
And we're still dealing with big delays in the Bronx Linda southbound on the Deegan, cutting down from the Thruway as you pass McLean Avenue in Yonkers and heading down towards Van Cortlandt Park. That is all backed up, all due to road work and the roving repairs that are roving out there on the Cross Bronx and roving you into a nightmare, basically. If you're traveling between White Plains Road and the Alexander, it's going to be very slow westbound, and even causing some eastbound delays as well, but you have some road work right around Webster Avenue. And here's what you need to know about the bridge. 25 minutes. Not so bad right on the inbound Lincoln and Holland. There are some delays on 139. Eastbound through Jersey City. Westbound road work delays continue if you're using the LIE over by Little Neck Parkway, heading towards the long-term stuff by the Clearview.
Yeah, I'll be back. Yep. On to the next one.
We've got your chance to win a pair of tickets to see The Price is Right at the Westbury Music Fair. That's coming up in just about 4 minutes. Right now, wins new time, 11:11. Let's check traffic and transit on the ones. And here's Audrey Farrell.
The struggle is real in the Bronx. If you're traveling on the westbound cross Bronx, it's roving repairs from about the Bruckner interchange all the way to the Alexander, bumper to bumper to bumper. Just ridiculous. We do have delays on the westbound Bruckner as well. The Hunts Point Drawbridge area. You have that long-term road work passing White Plains Road. You want to take it slow through there. There's a little bit of an eastbound delay there as well. Northbound Deegan delays heading up towards the 3rd Avenue Bridge. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. The Whitestone
You need to know.
Because of road work, inbound George is going to cost you.
They know.
Right at the Lincoln and Holland. Look out for delays if you're using the Goethals Bridge. Once you get out to the Staten Island Expressway, it's going to be very busy approaching Victory Boulevard. And there's westbound LIE delays in Queens over by the Clearview. That's all due to that long-term road work as well. I'm Andre Farrow. Next update at 11:20.
They know.
We've got some beautiful sunshine right now in Manhattan. Let's check the latest on our 1010 Winds AccuWeather forecast. And here's Heather Day.
They know.
And that's going to continue to be the case for the rest of the day. We're looking at a lot of sun for today with a
I can pay.
afternoon. Despite the chilliness this morning, we're heading up to 61 this afternoon, down to 45 then in Midtown under clear skies tonight. It'll drop into the upper 30s in some suburbs. And again, well north and west of the city, we do have frost advisories in effect, and that frost is a likelihood as temperatures get closer to the freezing mark. Heading into the day tomorrow, we'll have plenty of sun through the day. It'll be a bit milder with a high of 64, but then it turns breezy tomorrow night. Clouds increase. There could even be a shower.
You ready to go now to Kangaroo?
Those shower chances continue on into Wednesday with a lot of clouds and a breeze, high about 66.
Oh, just wake up.
And then it turns sunny for Thursday.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
It'll stay cool through the end of the week. Right now we have...
Hello, how you doing?
Right now in Central Park.
How are you? How you doing, baby? Ask Mama to make you breakfast.
I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Day on New York City.
Okay, make her breakfast. She didn't eat yet.
And your chance to
Wake up. Smell the coffee. We love you a long time. It's so beautiful. We love you a long time. Long time. It's kind of slow today. So when hey, we go to Food Bazaar to get some stuff. You want to go Food Bazaar? We get laundry detergent. We need laundry detergent. So have a breakfast, wake up. When you're ready, we go to Food Bazaar to get Get the laundry detergent. I only gave her milk. She didn't eat yet.
Okay.
You're gonna make a breakfast, maybe a happy pancake or something. Is the wash machine on? You turn on the wash machine?
No.
What is the sound of the... I thought it's the sound of the wash machine, no?
Okay, bye.
See you later, we love you more. Later, alligator.
Memory. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
New time, 11:16. Now that sound means it's time to give away tickets to The Price is Right at Westbury Music Fair. Be the 22nd caller right now to 855-475-1010, and you can win a pair of tickets to see The Price is Right at Flagstar at Westbury Music Fair on September 29th. Courtesy of our friends at Live Nation. To purchase tickets, you can visit livenation.com. Winners will receive their tickets electronically, so you have to make sure you have a valid email address and access to an app-enabled mobile device. Again, the number to call to win tickets, 855-475-1010, and good luck from 1010 Wins. Well, one of our iconic jingles isn't going anywhere.
You've all heard the jingle.
1877 Cars for Kids.
And whether we like it or not, it's not going away. Cars for Kids, spelled with a K, won a federal appeals court ruling against a Texas outfit with the same name that spells cars with a C. They tried to bar Cars for Kids with a K from fundraising in the state. Lower courts ruled against the folks with the jingle. Cars for Kids COO said in a statement, the courts have essentially confirmed what the everyday consumer in any part of the country knows. Cars for Kids with a K and with, quote, our iconic jingle is the brand.
As correspondent Steve Kazin. Well, it's not just in a galaxy far, far away anymore. Blue milk, the iconic drink that Luke Skywalker had in Star Wars, is coming to store shelves. Kemp's Dairy tweeted that it'll be available for a limited time, and True Moo said they'd also stock the beverage in some grocery stores. This all comes ahead of Star Wars Day, or May the 4th. A 93-year-old comic is switching a few things up. Blondie will steal the spotlight from her husband in the 93-year-old comic strip tomorrow when she hires a pastry chef for her catering business.
Blondie, what a beautiful sight.
Well, Cookie's class is having a party, and I'm making sandwiches. Baby Dumpling and Cookie will also get some new friends. Creator Chick Young's son, Dean, who inherited the strip when his dad died in 1973, tells the New York Times it's part of a push to keep things fresh and funny. Readers will be able to vote on one of 5 names for the new character. That's correspondent Deborah Rodriguez. Kevin Bacon is kicking off his Sunday shoes again. The actor made his return to Payson High School, one of the original filming locations for the movie Footloose. Bacon spoke today with the Today Show about just how it feels to return to his fictional high school.
Of course, it's one of those things where it's a change. Things have been built up a lot, but the essence of it is definitely still here.
This comes after a push from students who recreated scenes and dances from the film in hopes that Bacon would attend their final prom before the school moves to a new location. Well, the federal government has some new rules for nursing homes.
The new nursing home rules would require minimum staffing levels, a minimum number of hours that staff spends with residents, and a registered nurse would be available around the clock. Also, 80% of Medicaid payments for home care providers would go to workers' wages. The coronavirus pandemic claimed more than 167,000 lives at nursing homes in the U.S., and advocates for the elderly and disabled reported residents going without meals and
water and being kept in soiled diapers for too long. The rules will most certainly draw pushback from the nursing home industry. Donna Warder, Washington.
And we want to say congratulations right now to Jason Andrini from Harlem. He's the winner of our Price is Right ticket giveaway. Congratulations from 1010 Win. Your next chance to win is tomorrow between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good morning. 51 degrees. We've got sunny skies in Manhattan at 11:20. I'm Linda Lopez, and here's what's happening. Prosecutors have begun their opening statements at Donald Trump's hush money trial. They say Trump and others formed a conspiracy to hide negative information in order to get him elected. A 52-year-old man has been indicted for allegedly speeding through a crosswalk in Queens, hitting 2 children, killing 1. On this Earth Day, City Comptroller Brad Lander says he wants the city to be better prepared for our next major storm. Students at Columbia University are learning remotely today as pro-Palestinian protests continue on campus. And the latest Deadpool and Wolverine trailer has dropped, bringing frenemies Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman back together again. 1010 Winds AccuWeather. We've got mostly sunny skies. It'll stay mostly sunny throughout the day and pleasant. High 61 degrees in the city. Winds News Time, 11:21. Let's get our check of traffic and transit on the ones. And here's Andre Farrow.
I was hoping we get a break from some road work today, but not the case. If you're traveling on the Cross Bronx, westbound, it's bumper to bumper from White Plains Road all the way to the Alex. There's eastbound delays as well over by Webster Avenue. It's all road work related. If you're heading over by the Bruckner, westbound, approaching the Hunts Point Drawbridge, very backed up there. The northbound Beacon delays continue up towards the 3rd Avenue Bridge. Northbound Hutch from Pelham up to the Cross County Parkway, also bumper to bumper. Go with the New England Thruway. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. If you're traveling inbound George, it's a solid 20 minutes. The Whitestone and Throgs Neck, both slow, entering Queens because of road work. And there's westbound delays over by Steinway Street as you travel over by the area of the Grand Central Parkway. Look out for delays on the Goethals heading towards the Staten Island Expressway and Victory Boulevard. This report was sponsored by Jack Pocket. Have you seen how much Mega Millions and Powerball are? Jack Pocket lets you order your favorite official state lottery games right on your phone. Use code radio for a free ticket. You must be 18 or older to play. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. Please visit jackpocket.com/TOS for full terms of service. I'm Andre Farrow. Our next report, 11:31. 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Prosecutors are giving their opening statements in a case that will make history, the hush money case against Donald Trump.
For the first time in history, prosecutors are presenting a criminal case against a former American president to a jury as they accuse Donald Trump of a hush money scheme aimed at preventing damaging stories about his personal life from becoming public. A jury here in Manhattan at this criminal court is to hear opening statements today from prosecutors and defense lawyers in the first of 4 criminal cases against Trump, the presumptive Republican nominee, to reach trial. The arguments are expected to give the 12-person jury the clearest view to date of the allegations at the heart of the case. At court in Manhattan, I'm Julie Walker.
Justice for a fatal collision in East Elmhurst. Queens District Attorney Melinda Katz announced today that a 52-year-old man has been indicted for allegedly speeding through a crosswalk and hitting 2 children, killing 1. Early last month, Jose Barcia made an unsafe left turn, colliding with 2 boys and their mother, killing an 8-year-old. He stayed on the scene and was charged shortly thereafter. Barcia faces up to 4 years in prison if convicted. And a woman was sexually assaulted early yesterday morning in Soho. Police say a 23-year-old woman was followed into a residential building by an unknown man. Once inside, he placed her in a chokehold and assaulted her. The victim was taken to an area hospital for evaluation. Anyone with information is asked to call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-577-TIPS. And this Earth Day, City Comptroller Brad Lander wants cities to be better prepared for our next major storm as climate change
continues to bring extreme weather.
We're mindful of the effects of climate change, and one of the big impacts of climate change in New York City is more extreme storms and extreme rainfall.
The investigation started months after Tropical Storm Ophelia brought over half a foot of rain to the city, found over half the city's stormwater infrastructure project. Well, a New Jersey lawmaker is sounding the alarm on crisis pregnancy centers across the state.
New Jersey Congressman Josh Gottheimer says they look like an abortion clinic, but they are the exact opposite. He alleges pregnancy crisis centers mislead women and work to dissuade them from terminating a pregnancy.
Some people have to be there are literally these intentionally deceptive centers that get in the way of a woman's right to get advice on pregnancies.
Pregnancy crisis centers went to court and fought back when New Jersey's Attorney General issued a consumer alert. They defend their practices and say they provide information, spiritual and emotional support, and counseling. Sean Adams, 1010 Wins and 92.3 FM in Hackensack.
Wins News Time, 11:26. It's time for Bloomberg Money Watch now on 1010 Wins. And here's Andrew O'Day.
It turns out some of the people Tesla laid off as part of its most recent job cuts were those who were going to help sell a lot more Teslas. Sources tell Bloomberg the company has eliminated its entire new department that was creating an advertising strategy countering the EV sales slowdown. Signals a strategy pullback for Tesla boss Elon Musk, who instead has rolled out fresh price cuts on Model 3s and Model Ys, countries including the U.S., China, and Germany. Tesla shares are tumbling about 5%. Wall Street's index is higher, for the moment at least. Dow rising 31, NASDAQ up 20, S&P up 10. Bloomberg Money Watch at 26 and 56 past every hour. I'm Andrew O'Day, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Now this message, immigration concerns, call Barre Law, 646-894-5900.
You know, we all plan for things. Retirement, vacations, our children's education. It just makes sense to be prepared. But what about funeral and cemetery plans? We know we'll need them, but a lot of us don't want to think or talk.
Head to your pickup on 10th Ave.
President of Riverside Memorial Chapel. Our professionals at Riverside have helped thousands of people plan ahead and take that burden off their loved ones. And by planning now, what you want, even locked-in prices. That way it's your decision, and your family won't have to second-guess what you would have wanted. Just visit RiversideMemorialChapel.com. That's RiversideMemorialChapel.com, or call us at 212-362-6600. That's 212-362-6600. Riverside Memorial Chapel. For generations, a symbol of Jewish tradition.
She posted about it just now. Celebrities can't get enough of Beyond's bespoke skincare line. She has 147 million followers. How do you know that? She makes a social media posting to help her with the hype. To help her hire great people fast. I'm Indeed. Indeed uses schedule and conduct virtual interviews, all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 for your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply. Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old?
It's for Gordon. Gordon, yeah?
By now you probably
It's Gordon.
The Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere. ABC
We're just going to the entrance of the bridge.
Oh, okay, sure.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month. But you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Yeah, they have this week. They have the shops on both sides. Oh, it's right there. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like one. It's not one.
So all part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premium, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300.
Just ahead, turn left on West 34th Street.
To find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies. And we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300. Or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300.
pretty pleasant day. Good morning. I'm Linda Lopez. Wins News Time, 11:30.
Good morning, I'm Kevin Rincon. Classes at Columbia University remote today. Pro-Palestinian demonstrations on campus, they continue into a second week.
On this Eve's Passover, there is a heavy NYPD presence here on Upper Broadway, and the gates to the Columbia and Barnard campuses are closed with campus police checking IDs. A smattering of people waving Israeli flags are critical of the administration's response, including Esther Bloom, whose family ran a Jewish organization on campus.
Turn left on West 34th Street, then turn left on 12th Avenue. Just ahead, turn left on 11th Avenue.
Mayor Adams all denouncing calls for violence against Jews. The organizers of the encampment say they have been peaceful and blame threats of violence on outside agitators. Marla Diamond, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM at Columbia University.
The NYPD will be holding a briefing on the situation. Wins News Time, 11:31.
If you're traveling in Nassau County on Long Island, making your way past 110, so basically from Suffolk into Nassau, past the Amityville, that is roadwork before you get to the Bethpage State Parkway. Eastbound delays as well as you travel on the LIE approaching 106, 107 over the Hicksville, Jericho area. If you're traveling from the near you, and a little bit farther eastbound, westbound, you have that long turn roadwork slowing down. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. Inbound George is across you 25 minutes. The Whitestone and Bronx and Queensbound has roadwork. They knocked down a lane that caused slow on the westbound Grand Central Parkway right around Skyway Street. Again, roadwork related. And there's eastbound delays on the South Valley Expressway as you travel over by Wilkes Boulevard. This report is sponsored by the Barnes Firm. In a jam, call the Barnes Firm. Holiday traffic on 844 Jam 1010. That's 844 Jam 1010. Traffic and transit every 10 days. Number one, radio traffic when they happen. Andre Ferro, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM.
I'm attorney Rich Barnes. If you've been in a car crash, choosing the right firm is crucial to get the help you need and the best result possible.
Wind after weather forecast. Meteorologist hazard there. A nice one out there today.
It's actually really big.
you all 10-10 wins on 92.3 FM in Huntington, Long Island.
Wins news time, 11:36. At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we eat good.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 27th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts. Are you a New Yorker who's never been surprised by the knowledge of how almost 7 million subscribers, our partners that have both just really fun. How your friends concerned.
You see over there, they make like public beach looking like, you see.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is new. Yeah.
See, they have sand,
Oh.
fake beach.
Yeah, nice.
Wow.
You don't have to go to John's Beach, Fire Island, you just right here.
Yeah, because
Coney Island.
before it was just walkways, so you had to like stand up the entire time. That's good. So people can sit there and watch like the fireworks and stuff from there.
You're gonna walk on the Brooklyn Bridge?
Yeah.
Because they used to have a lot of vendor there. They got rid of the vendor who was selling stuff, you know.
Oh, they set them out?
They kicked them away.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they would like, whenever you guys saw like churros and stuff, like they'll be on there. So you just stop and walk around something.
Deadpool and Wolverine debuting today. Ryan Reynolds, Hugh Jackman reprising their iconic roles, playing frenemies in the upcoming film. It's Marvel's first R-rated movie. It'll be hitting theaters July 26th. Aeronautic is Broadway for a little longer. Stereophonic, if I can say that right. The play, extending its original 14-week run for 4 more weeks at the Golden Theater. It features original songs by former Arcade Fire member Will Butler. They'll be able to catch it through August 18th. Wins news time, 11:39.
Do you have bad credit but need a new car? Do you have trouble getting a car loan for any reason? Call Credit Solutions, a division of Hudson Hyundai.
Never stops. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good morning, 54 degrees, sunshine at 11:40. I'm Kevin Brincone. Here's what's happening. Opening statements in Donald Trump's criminal trial. Prosecutors say the former president engaged in a scheme to influence the election. Defense lawyers told the jury there's nothing wrong with trying to influence an election. Mayor Adams has a team of lawyers looking through donations to ensure they're on top of up. One thousand legal defense process thousands of dollars in
entry on the westbound cross Bronx. If you're traveling from Castle Hill Avenue all the way to the George Washington Bridge, bumper to bumper to bumper. Wait for congestion pricing.
Do you need charger?
Yeah, just the charger.
What kind of iPhone charger?
My school is right
on Staten Island, heading towards Staten Island. You're going to be dealing with delays eastbound over by Victory Boulevard. Look out for slow-moving traffic on the eastbound westbound LIE Queens between Casino Boulevard and Little Neck Parkway. That's that long-term road work once again rearing its ugly head. I'm Andre Farrow. Our next report, 11:51, 10:10 Wings on 92.3 FM.
News time 11:42. Opening statements on the way from Donald Trump's criminal case. The hush money trial. The prosecutors want to actually label more as election interference. In their opening, they say Trump was the man behind a criminal scheme to corrupt 2016 election. Like first voters and then falsifying business records to pay for it all. In its opening statement, the defense says the 34 counts against Trump are just 34 pieces of paper, saying none of what he did was a crime. Before walking in, the former president again called the legal process unjust.
I'm here instead of being able to be in Pennsylvania and Georgia and lots of other places to be, and it's very unfair.
The court will be in session for a little less than another hour. They'll run short today. There's a Passover tomorrow as well, and no court Wednesday. We have our Julia Papa in the room whenever they meet. We'll be hearing from her this afternoon as this continues. The open poll that finds most New Yorkers will be paying very close attention.
60% of voters say they're paying either a great deal or at least some attention to the trial. 35% are paying very little or no attention to the trial.
CNN pollster Stephen Greenberg says the majority of New Yorkers believe the trial is legitimate, not a witch hunt, as Trump likes to say. As restrictions on trans athletes sweep the nation, a poll that CNN did also looked at New Yorkers' views on requiring high school athletes to compete in sports with students who were born the same sex.
Overwhelming 59% of New Yorkers, more than two-thirds, pay into sports now. Only 24%, a little bit under a quarter of New Yorkers oppose it.
It also found Governor Hochul's favorability rating at its lowest level ever, sitting at around 40%. The legal defense trust for Mayor Adams has reportedly returned around $22,000 in improper donations. News says 11 donations were returned, one to a corporation, the rest to folks with city government business interests. Defense trust can be fined for accepting illegal donations, but a city official tells the Daily News Trust can generally avoid punishment if those donations are returned within 20 days, and that's what the trust did in this case. Cops are searching for the person who attacked an MTA worker. It happened early this morning.
This 53-year-old MTA worker just doing her job, cleaning the number 1 train at 4 in the morning, when she tried to wake up a woman who was laying down. When she did so, though, that woman sprung up with pepper spray in hand and sprayed the worker in the face. She had to end up going to the hospital as this suspect, believed to be in her 30s, ran off. This rider seems pretty frustrated by what he's been seeing lately.
Sleeping or soliciting money or, ranting, things like that. The person will take up a whole roll of sleep. Nobody wants to be here, I think it's becoming a problem.
So I asked this guy if he had been here, would he have intervened to try to help? Like this woman needed help, you would intervene?
Yeah, trying to help them.
Police reviewing surveillance footage from the station here, hoping to make an arrest. Well, I'm sure
Three people were rushed to the hospital early this morning. They were injured in an apartment fire in Woodside Point. The FDNY said they were called out at around 3:15 this morning. In the attic of the 5-story building on 63rd Street near 39th Avenue is where those flames were seen. 3 residents were rushed to a local hospital. At least 2 of them suffered minor injuries. No word on the third. Cause is under investigation. Russia facing allegations.
It's a red light. Either you can get off here or the entrance is right here. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Good luck.
Have a great day.
5
sir.
star. Take the time.
last year. By last month, that figure had reached more than 350 per week. The Russians are considered the leftover suspects as to why
Correspondent Vicky Barker. The head of Israel's military intelligence has resigned over the failures surrounding the October 7th Hamas attack, making him the first senior figure to do so. In his resignation letter, the Major General wrote the intelligence division under his command didn't live up to the task they were entrusted with, saying he will carry that pain with him forever. This does set the stage for more military leaders to step down for their roles in the military and security failures that led up to October 7th, when some 1,200 Israelis were killed and over 250 were taken hostage by Hamas. When news time 11:48, can the Biden administration legally regulate ghost guns? The Supreme Court taking up that issue.
The Supreme Court will wade into the legal fight over ghost guns. The justices have agreed to hear the Biden administration's appeal over regulating the hard-to-trace guns.
What's up, people?
Don't have
What's up?
serial numbers and are showing up more regularly at crime scenes. 2 years ago, the president announced a new regulation requiring all parts of a firearm to have serial numbers to make them easier to track.
All of a sudden, it's no longer a ghost. It has a return address.
Lower courts struck down the regulation, but the Supreme Court allowed it to stay in effect during the legal fight. The argument won't happen before the fall. Soccer and Army, Washington.
As Maui continues to rebuild after last summer's devastating wildfires, we're learning today that residents are getting a big boost with the help of Oprah Winfrey and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. They co-founded the People's Fund of Maui and donated the bulk of the $60 million that was raised. Oprah announced the creation of the fund on social media back in September.
All the people were calling me and texting me and messaging me and saying, what do I do? What do I do? This is what you do. The People's Fund of Maui.
They originally said they were going to donate $10 million. That's what they had pledged. No word on how much they officially gave, but we know it's more than that, according to the organization. It says the money was dispersed to some 8,100 adults, a huge portion of the 12,000 people who were displaced in the fires, adopting the proceeds. A fossil hunter had to fight for his life last week when an alligator grabbed him and dragged him to the bottom of a river. Somehow, he survived.
South Carolina's Cooper River is a hotspot for fossil hunters. That's what scuba diver William Georgitis was doing last week when he was confronted by a living fossil from the age of dinosaurs.
He rose up out of the water. He came at me like a lightning bolt.
The alligator, huge, he says, was ready to bite down.
And I defensively put my arm out.
The gator grabbed him and dragged him to the bottom. Georgitis stabbed at it with a screwdriver and freed himself. He's looking at extensive surgeries on his arm. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Wings News Time, 11:50. 13 years ago, she set out to visit every U.S. state. Her journey has finally come to an end. In Nebraska,
Sue Johnson's family surprised her when she arrived.
This trip, somebody said, well, I'm glad you saved Nebraska to the last, because there's nothing. This is my family.
What's up, Skinny?
Her family has
How
helped
you
her visit
doing?
every American state.
Where you
They
from?
just have picked me up and took me from
Pick
state
me
to
up.
state. 1 year we traveled 2,184 miles.
Sue Johnson isn't finished traveling. She now says she wants to visit some of the country's many national parks. Christopher Cruz reporting.
Wins News Time, 11:51. A check of traffic and transit on roadwork delays. That seems to be the thing right now, especially the eastbound-westbound LIE in Queens between Casino Boulevard and Little Neck Parkway in Nassau County. That's where the long-term roadwork is. They're doing a big job on the LIE in that area, and you probably know that by now. They even put up some sound barriers and fixing the on and off ramps. So it's going to be a process, especially the westbound side of the Grand Central Parkway near the Clearview, right by Alley Pond Park in both directions. You notice the road is very narrow there. Again, another long-term roadwork project. And this report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan. Now, if you're using the crossings, here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. The inbound George is a solid 20 minutes. You have delays on the Whitestone and Prospect Bridges Queensbound. That's all due to roadwork. And if you're going to use the Gothels Bridge, look out for delays as you travel onto the Staten Island Expressway heading eastbound by Victory Boulevard. Our next update at 12:01. I'm Andre Ferro, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35
Yeah.
years, we've
How you doing?
Fine.
This is for Edna.
Yes.
Enter your drop-off at 580 138th Street.
We go to the Bronx, okay? Let's go to the Bronx. It's okay. There's some popcorn. Let's go to the Bronx. 138th Street.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Hey guys, Boomer here, and as you may know, my goal this year is to golf more than ever. Now, with a little help from the folks at the Good Feet store, I've been doing just that. Last week I was back in the swing of things, driving the ball right down the fairway, just like the good old days. I actually had one of my best rounds yet, and most importantly, I'm feeling great while doing it. It's safe to say my Good Feet arch supports lead me back my game, so if you're tired of sitting in the clubhouse, why not do yourself a favor and step into a pair of Good Feet supports? I promise you, your feet will thank you. Bring your favorite shoes to the Good Feet store, and they will personally fit you to ensure your comfort. The Good Feet store helped me, and I think they can help you too. You have nothing to lose except your pain. There's no waiting required because Good Feet arch supports are immediately available and are proudly made in the USA. They have locations in Queens, in the Little Neck Plaza, out in Plainview, in the Minetto Hill Plaza, and in Brick Township, New Jersey, in the Brick Plaza. So why not head over to the Good Feet store today to make the things you love to do a little more comfortable?
Become one of New York's kindest. Adopt a dog, cat, rabbit, or even a guinea pig from Animal Care Centers of New York. Or if you're not ready to commit, foster or donate. Visit nycacc.org or download the ACC app.
I'm Bob, founder of North America Parts, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com. Go AmericanEagle.com at 773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773 Network.
Loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do. So great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Wednesday time, 11:56. Time for Bloomberg Money Watch with Andrew O'Day.
You see it in most malls when you go to the mall, but you probably haven't gone lately. A long decline of the mall is a powerhouse of American retail, claiming another casualty. Express Inc. will continue operating, but as a smaller company. Express has declared bankruptcy and will close nearly 100, almost a fifth, of its stores as it negotiates the sale of itself to a group, including shopping center owners Simon Property and Brookfield Properties. Verizon Communications lost more wireless customers than it gained again last quarter. It was fewer customers lost than a year earlier, and more of the ones it gained went for its premium plans, which were including free Netflix and account streaming. It was also the only
She left.
That's not correct, right?
She left.
50,000 students and teachers, the 35,000 downtown residents, and the 300,000 office workers who were south of Canal Street. How can folks get in touch with you to help them enroll? Go to 911awards.com. That's 911awards.com. That's 911awards with an S.com.
This is why she got on. This is why she got on last week. She could have did her appointments to get that week. Tell you appointment at 1, but everybody be sitting there at 1 o'clock. That's
the second or third lane from the left to continue to Willis Avenue. Continue to Willis Avenue. In 900 feet, turn right on East 138th Street.
Westbound over by the eastbound, LIE over by the Clearview. That's the long-term roadwork slowing you down there. And then more delays on the Grand Central Parkway near the Clearview as well. Again, long-term roadwork that you need to deal with, unfortunately, as you pass Valley Farm Park. This report sponsored by the Farmer's Dog. From better food to more energy. When you switch your dog's food to the Farmer's Dog, the effect can feel magical. What sorcery is this? Not at all. This is real food made for real.
Turn right on East 138th Street.
Next update, we'll do that at 12:21. Andre Ferro, Techno Winds on 92.3 FM.
And let's get a check of our 1010 winds AccuWeather forecast. Here's Heather Fair. And we are going to be looking at some beautiful weather for today. Mostly sunny skies with a high of 61 degrees and clear tonight with around a 45 in Midtown. We are going to fall into the upper 30s, so in some suburbs, and frost is again possible down north and west of the city, where we do have frost advisories that are going to affect at midnight and mostly run through 8 a.m. tomorrow. Otherwise, for tomorrow, sunny skies, a bit milder in the afternoon with a high of 64, but then clouds move in for tomorrow night. A breeze picks up, and by late at night, there's a chance of a shower north and west of the city. That's followed by a couple of showers in the area during the day on Wednesday. Otherwise, it's rather cloudy and breezy with a high of 66. We do turn cool. Right now, we are looking at sunny skies across the area. In Central Park, it's 56, going up to 61. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather there on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM. And coming up on 1010 Winds, a new Hollywood Film Festival may be coming to Long Island. It's not out in the Hamptons. We'll have that story next.
You've arrived at your destination.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lobster.
You've been here before, anywhere here is good? Okay, have a good day. Thank you for choosing us. Good luck and take care.
Or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premium. Even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we have a we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Okay, picture this. It's Friday afternoon when it stops. I can spend another weekend doing saying whatever we want. I can have all the windows and days hit the road. With available H-Track all-wheel drive and three-row seating, my whole family can get anything they want. Cause Evolution is all new.
Enter your pickup at 164 St. Anne's. In 800 feet, turn right.
Wednesday time, 12:16. One Long Island town is trying to bring Hollywood glitz to the East Coast. And no, it's not on the East End. Huntington is a happening place. I'm here in the village of Huntington where there are restaurants, shopping, extra
a park that has a large pond and fountains and places to take a watch. And a stone's throw from here, there are a number of beaches. The town supervisor, Ed Smith, wants producers and directors to take notice of all
Fat
that
Albert.
it has to offer. That's why he's making
Yo,
a
Fat
push
Albert,
for
how you
movies
doing?
and TV shows to be filmed right here.
We also offer diverse, organized, and skilled labor. Our town also is your one-stop resource for the local services you'll need.
That's from the town's website.
Turn right on Cypress Avenue.
To invite the film and TV production industry to consider Huntington as a base for future production. Sophia Hall, 1010 Wins, a 92.3 FM in Huntington, Long Island. Well, John called her the world's most famous unknown artist. Now Yoko Ono is picking up some more recognition. McDowell, one of the leading artist residency programs, has awarded Ono a Lifetime Achievement Prize, honoring her nearly 70-year career spanning film, art, and music. McDowell works there
In 700 feet, turn right on East 135th Street.
Kevin Bacon is kicking off his Sunday series again. He activated with her in Houston High School, one of the original filming locations for the movie Footloose. Bacon spoke today with the Today Show about just how long it's been since he set foot in his fictional high school.
The young woman said to me, you know, my grandfather was in school here when you were doing the movie. I was like, what? Your grandfather? If it's going for the 40th anniversary wasn't enough. I was like, wow, okay. Check yourself, buddy.
Wow. That comes after a push from students who recreated themes.
Turn
and
right on
places
East
from the film in
135th
hopes that
Street.
Bacon would attend their final prom before the school moved to a new location. Bulletin report says about 1 in 10 kids have been diagnosed with ADHD. The National Center for Health Statistics reports that 11% of U.S. kids between the ages of 5 and 17 have been diagnosed with ADHD, and linked to being inattentive, overactive, and impulsive. The study finds the conditions more prevalent among boys and girls. Scientists have yet to find a cause, but they have linked ADHD to genetics. That's correspondent Deborah Rodriguez. The first permanent memorial of Queen Elizabeth II will be unveiled today, featuring some of her furry friends. They were two of the late Queen Elizabeth's greatest loves, Scottish bagpipes and Welsh corgis, accompanied by their owners. About 50 of the
In 900 feet, turn right on St. Anne's Avenue.
The first statue of her to be erected since the monarch's death in 2022. 7-foot bronze figure shows the young Queen Elizabeth with some of her own corgis. It was unveiled in the town of Oakham on Loch Williston, her 98th birthday. That's correspondent Vicki Barker. The 1010 Win Small Business Challenge is back, and that means you could win 10 grand for your small business. Get all the info at 1010.
Turn right on St. Anne's Avenue.
Challenge.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good afternoon, 56 degrees. We've got sunny skies in Manhattan at 12:20. I'm Lindsay.
You've arrived at your destination.
Security is tight around the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, where right now former tabloid executive David Pecker has taken a stand in Donald Trump's criminal hush money trial. A new poll is not good news for Governor Hochul, showing her unfavorable rating is at its highest number yet. Another MTA worker has been attacked while on duty after trying to wake a sleeping passenger. Classes at Columbia University have switched to virtual learning today as pro-Palestinian protests continue. And The Late Show's Stephen Colbert reveals what his dream role would be if he returns to acting. And then when's AccuWeather, we've got mostly sunny skies for the rest of today. We get to a high of 61 degrees in the city, clear skies tonight with a low of 45. Winds new time.
Sabrina.
21. Let's get our check of traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Andre Farrow.
Big delays on the southbound FDR lane if you're traveling right around 71st Street. Looks like we have a disabled vehicle there knocking out a lane. Go with the West Side Highway, go with the local.
Sabrina, how you doing?
That delay. And this report is
You
sponsored by
coming?
Cars for Kids Real Estate.
I'm over here now.
The crushed
I'm over
rock
here now.
from the area of
I'm over here now.
to the Alex. It's bumper to bumper with roving repair. Same deal with the westbound Bruckner. Not much better from Bruckner interchange to Lexington Boulevard. It's basically a parking lot.
What's up, Sabrina? Everything is okay? Family good? Just a minute, Sabrina.
And if you're using the sidewalk, for example, got the around Skyway Street, you don't use the Gothels heading towards Staten Island because of the delays on the westbound Staten Island.
The White House is good.
Support sponsored by Cars for Kids Real Estate. Maximize your tax savings in 2024 by donating your property to Cars for Kids. They accept all kinds of real estate. It's simple and they cover all expenses. Get your tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property at carsforkidsrealestate.org. That's Cars with a K. I'm on Rico. Next update 1231.
How you doing, Sabrina? The family is good. Wake up.
And former tabloid executive David Pecker has now taken the stand in Donald Trump's hush money criminal trial. Security is tight here around the courthouse. The Donald Trump hush money case is underway. Lots of barricades and police. Still, police on the lookout for anyone or anything that could become an issue. Opening statements should lay out the prosecution's case against the former president and his defense. Trump denies falsifying business records to keep stories of his sex life quiet during the 2016 campaign and calls the case election interference. At court in Manhattan, I'm Julie Walker. Prosecutors in their opening statements today said that Trump, Michael Cohen, and David Pecker, former CEO of American Media, had a meeting in Trump Tower in August of 2015. And they said those three men formed a conspiracy to influence the presidential election by concealing negative information about Mr. Trump in order to get him elected. The defense said in their opening statement that Trump is innocent and did not commit any crime. Well, Donald Trump has made his feelings about the legitimacy of his hush money trial quite clear, but a new CNN poll says most New Yorkers don't feel the same about the former president.
You're going to Florida?
Back to South Carolina.
Add to your draw confident spirit.
La Guardia, Terminal A. Stay here.
No, I was born here. I left here.
Yeah, but we need you.
In 300 feet, turn left.
In this city.
You can be my roommate.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Okay. Go 134. I'm just gonna follow GPS. It's not too far.
Her favorability is hitting an all-time low.
Currently, 40% of New Yorkers say they have a favorable view of Kathy Hochul. 49%, the highest number it's ever been, say...
Turn left on East 137th Street.
Back in February, it was 41% favorable, 46% unfavorable.
Voters say they are frustrated by the rising crime.
In 500 feet, turn left on Brook Avenue.
Another MTA worker was attacked while on duty after she woke a sleeping passenger early this morning at Van Cortlandt Park 200.
Surgery, no anesthesia, no hospital. Procedures can start you healing in as little as 10 minutes. Most return to work or home immediately after treatment with nothing but a 1-inch Band-Aid. Even doctors are NYC Pain MD patients.
Turn left on Brook Avenue.
Chronic pain control your life. Take the first step forward. Call to schedule a no-cost assessment at 1-800-600-NE. That's 800-600-5633. Clinics convenient to subways, bridges, and tunnels. Call to schedule your assessment. That's 800-600-KNEE.
In 700 feet, turn left on East 134th Street.
In Broadway, outside of the library, is our own Sid Rosenberg, King David II, along with his trusty executive producer Justin Ellick. Let's go live to the scene as he's talking about the need to protect Jewish students who are under attack at Columbia University. Sid, what's happening there?
Well, hey, Curtis, it's Justin. I'm going to be talking for Sid here. He's right at the podium right now. We set up a big press conference here. We've got County Executive from Nassau County, Bruce Blakeman. We've got Congressman Anthony D'Esposito. We've got Congressman Mike Lawler, and I believe
turn left on East 134th Street.
And listen, you know, we're just making it clear that we're here, and we're not going anywhere when it comes to trying to protect
in 800 feet, continue to RFK Bridge, I-278 West, Manhattan,
you would probably
Queens.
believe, but most people wouldn't believe what I'm seeing just from outside the gate of Columbia University.
Describe it, Justin, because you went to college. You know what college life is like typically. You went to a small college.
Continue to RFK Bridge, I-278 West, Manhattan, Queens.
I mean, I'm all ready to go, you know.
In 1,000 feet, use the left 2 lanes to stay to the left. Stay to the left to I-278 West, Queens, Randall's Island. In 2 miles, stay to the left to I-278 West, Grand Central Parkway. In 1,000 feet, stay to the left. 82nd Street, Terminal A.
To really protect themselves, and they shouldn't have to, and that's the thing, and that's why we're out here. Everybody knows Sid, this big, strong, tough guy.
Red light camera reported ahead.
There are people, tons of
In 1,000 feet, exit right.
And we'll see pictures, I'll send you the pictures later, and you can throw them up, but there's support out there for us, and Jewish students that go to Columbia.
Exit right to exit 5, Astoria Boulevard toward 82nd Street, Terminal A.
Then they should feel free to go home and spend that time at home if they don't feel like they can protect themselves. But I'm here to say that we're out here speaking for them, and we won't stand for it, and that's plain and simple.
And Justin, as a proud Jewish young man from, of all places, Chappaqua in Westchester, home of the Clinton Love Shack, you went to Israel with Sid. You saw how tough Jews are there, and how weak they are in America.
In 900 feet, use the left 2 lanes to stay to the left to Vaughn College, LaGuardia Airport, Terminal A, B-Wait area.
It really is. And
Then stay to the right.
With the national pride. They love the Jewish state of Israel, as Sly, as does Sid, and they'll do anything. Even
Stay
put
to
their
the
life
left.
on the line, and we've seen
Then
that.
stay to the right to Vaughn College, LaGuardia Airport, Terminal A, B-Wait area.
Really, one place in the world where Jews can go, and a place where they can go home. And that's it. Because
Stay to the right to Vaughn College, LaGuardia Airport, Terminal A, B-Wait area.
How are you
In 700 feet, turn left on 82nd Street.
And you feel protected. I just don't see it. And that's why, the entirety of the American Jewish population needs the land, needs Israel, needs the Jewish state.
Well, Justin, I'm going to leave you to the press conference there and then the demonstration rally for the Jewish students who have been run off the campus by the Hamas Hezbollah supporters. And to everyone, they're up at 116th and Broadway. Join them now. Drop what you're doing. Join them now. And make a stand. Make a stand for the Jewish students who have been told to leave the campus for their own safety in America. Well, our mayor is partying in Miami Beach.
Turn left on 82nd Street.
Celebrating Passover there.
It's the Rip and Read. Featuring Curtis Lewa. Talk Radio 77 WABC. 77 WABC, D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm's chime time is 12:33.
I'm John D'Agostino from D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm. 888-24-LAW-24. Call me for a free consultation. D'Agostino, Law Bites Back.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements. Changing the world, one life at a time.
A lot of times people don't understand what a supplement is. A supplement is in addition to your regular foods. It's really just an incredible formula, and I've been doing nutrients for 43
In
years.
700 feet, use the right lane to turn right on Marine Terminal Road.
I love the way it gives me all my supplements for fruits and vegetables, which I take a lot of anyway. So I find that this gives me that supplement that I was missing before.
Start your journey with Balance of Nature supplements. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer. And for a limited time, get 35% off your first order, plus $10 off any additional sets with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code WABC. Without ever leaving your home. Order online via Instacart.
Turn right on Marine Terminal Road.
Enjoy home delivery across New York City.
Monday morning, we put together a rally. It's happening right outside Columbia University. Find out how it all went, plus a couple of great guests, Tuesday at 6.
Listen anytime. 77WABCRadio.com and the 77 WABC app. Sometimes entertaining, sometimes serious, always compelling. This is Talk Radio 77 WABC. Talk Radio 77 WABC. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC and Curtis Lewa.
Curtis doesn't know about you, but he rips and reads.
This is the Rip and Read.
16th and Broadway to help King David II at Sid Rosenberg and everyone who's gathered there to protect the Jewish students who are under siege at Columbia University. The punchline is, I'm the problem, it's me. That's what Eric Adams down in Miami, raising the roof, partying on South Beach with his fellow crooked mayor, also under FBI investigation, who happens to be the Republican. That's why I say never trust any politicians, Republicans or Democrats. That's Miami mayor, down in Miami Beach, 2 days of parties.
You've arrived at your destination.
Many trips to Turkey and to Red China, and his buddy, Mayor Suarez, has many trips to Saudi Arabia to get the Saudi loot. So it's a conference of crooks and criminals that Eric Adams has chosen to be at in Miami and Miami Beach.
Everybody is here.
Let's talk about what he left. He didn't just leave the chaos at Columbia University.
Thank you for choosing us. God bless you. Have a good day.
Harlem, USA, where if you go east to the public housing project, one of many called the Thomas Jefferson Housing Project. Thank God they haven't tried to change that name. You know that. And it's been an area where many people have lived, blacks and Hispanics, for years. High crime. Very problematic. Difficult to raise a family there and keep your children or your parents or your grandparents out of harm's way. I know we patrol that area. It's very neat. And
LaGuardia Airport.
There is a field. It used to be where baseball
Sabrina.
was played, but that's fallen out of favor.
How you doing, Sabrina?
Kickball. And so they have the pitches there. And they have organized soccer groups of young people come and play games there because what did Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, mayor of illegal aliens, migrants, mostly Venezuelans, some gangbangers, and you've seen they've run that like Rikers Island, not Randall's Island, because the Venezuelan gangs control what goes on inside. They've attacked police, they've attacked security guards, they've attacked other migrants, and they run all kinds.
You tried to call me? Why you hang up? The heck?
Happen to be from throughout Mauritania, where there's still slavery. They happen to be in Mali. They happen to be right there in the Sudan, Chad, Senegal. Some of these migrants I spoke to at length because I've been in Senegal when they were processed in the Roosevelt Hotel. And they love soccer. And I get it. They got nothing to do, nowhere to go. They're of military age, and they're hanging around on that soccer field. But they were told by the people who've organized the soccer league, hey, we've got 40 youngsters coming. They've got the permit. They've got a match taking place. Could you please leave? And the African migrants basically said, F you. It's our soccer field. It's our pitch. What a disgraziato, what a shanda. The cops showed up from the 25th precinct, and instead of removing the Africans or threatening them with arrest if they stayed on the pitch, they told the organized league for the young soccer players, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing. It's so typical in our city. There's nothing we can do about squatters. There's nothing we can do about illegals. There's nothing we can do about crime. All it is wham, wham, wham. It starts from the mayor, who acts like he's impotent, like he's a eunuch, like he is a gelding, like he is a capon, castrated. I can't do anything. And by the way, again, with all this going on, he's out of town partying in Miami Beach. 2 days. So here it is. The African migrants took over the playground, kicked the kids out. I remember Seaview Park when I was a kid growing up. It was very difficult to find a field to play hardball because everybody was playing hardball or softball. Baseball was the pastime. It no longer is the American pastime. Smash mouth football is. We'd take a field, A manager would come with the different teams from the Little League or the Babe Ruth League, and they would tell us, hey, we got a permit for the fields. Guys, you got to get off. And we get off. We understood. We didn't have the permit. We took whatever field we could when nobody was there. But I got to tell you, those fields were occupied morning, noon, and night when baseball was king in America. That was in the 70s and early 70s. Now, the Africans told the kids, F you, get off the soccer pitch. And eventually, when the cops restored order, the kids refused to play because they feared that the Africans would attack them, these migrants. This is New York City, Harlem, USA. This is an area where Eric has won overwhelmingly against me. East Harlem, West Harlem, right on up to the Polo Grounds. And he sees that his support is sinking fast. He's down to 10% support in the recent polls. 65% of these polls, most of them
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to Lambo soon.
load their packages at Home Depot to their cars, and they want a gratuity. They want a tip. They want money. And nothing's being done at Home Depot. The NYPD won't deal with it up in the Bronx. They thought that. And so now, up in White Plains, same situation occurring in Westchester. Highly private security with superheroes. This was happening all during the de Blasio years. It's happening now. And they learn there are no consequences. There are no consequences. They harass the tourists. They shake down people. No consequences. So they've taught this new generation of illegal aliens, Venezuelans especially, to go to the Home Depot parking lots and harass the shoppers.
Yep. I'm gonna switch to Lambo. Let's switch to Lambo.
The Home Depot in White Plains has hired private security with German shepherds to keep the migrants away from the shoppers, especially the women. You see how bad things have become. And by the way, could I have a little Will Smith here? Because while all of this mishigash is going on, while all of this craziness, while there's anarchy in the streets, chaos in the city, people living in the subways, homeless in the streets, defecating, urinating, the smell of pot.
Yeah, thank you everybody. We're switching to Lambo. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Switching to Lambo time. Thank you. See you on the other side. Yeah. Sally, see you on the other side.